Order this meeting of the Town of Los Gatos special meeting of the Town Council of June 20th, 2022. If we could start with a roll call, please.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Sayoc.
Here.
Councilmember Hudas. Councilmember Badami.
Here.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Rennie.
And I'm here.
So Mayor, I will just note that Councilmember Hudas is on the line. There he is. Councilmember Hudas, are you in attendance?
Yes, I am. Just a little trouble with my video.
Thank you. All right, we're good to go, Mayor.
Okay, so do we roll the meeting decorum video, please?
The public is welcome to participate at Town Council meetings, understanding that the purpose of the meetings is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. At each meeting, the following expectations of civil conduct shall apply. 1. For the benefit of the entire community, the Town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the council agenda. 2. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at council meetings. 3. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at Town Council meetings. 4. All public comments at the Town Council meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. 5. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the mayor may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the council exiting the chamber. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the council would return to the chamber and the mayor would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a council meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code Section 403. These expectations of conduct also apply to meetings of all town boards, committees, and commissions.
All right, thank you. So next we will do verbal communication. So you'll have an opportunity to speak on items. Public has opportunity to speak on items that are not on our agenda. So our agenda tonight is general plan. So anything not related to general plan, you may raise your hand now to speak for 3 minutes.
Mayor, because this is a special meeting, it would be items only on the agenda.
Okay. So, all right. So then what we will do is we're going to let me ask staff. So basically we're going to take public comment on all items, all of the elements, and then we will work through the elements one by one in the order that the Planning Commission went through them. We will look at the Planning Commission suggestions and decide on a particular element whether we want to accept theirs or not. And then we'll talk about council members, whether they have other changes that they want on that element. And then we'll move on to the next. The question for staff would be, before I take any verbal communication, so we'll take all the public verbal communication up front before we start working through all the elements. The question is, does staff want to do any kind of tee up before I take any verbal communication? So I see a shaking head. Yes. So the way that it's written in the agenda has verbal communications before the public hearing. So then I won't do that verbal communication. I'll let staff begin the item and then I will take verbal communication. Mr. Hudis. Questions, thoughts on the orders of the day, basically? It's trying to get you. I know you're trying to get off of mute. It's fighting with you. Maybe you'd like to try logging out and in.
Matthew, why don't I change you to an attendee and then bring you back as a panelist, see if that'll work first before you log off and log back on?
So everybody be patient while we work through technical difficulties. Don't see anything changing.
And Councilmember Hudis, if you would also stop your video while we're doing this and see if that helps.
Hello?
Okay, go ahead now.
Sorry, I was just wondering in the order of things, will there be an opportunity perhaps before we dive into the weeds of each element to ask some questions about the overall?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So we'll do a staff tee up, we'll take verbal communication, then we'll do general questions, and then we'll start working through the planning commission suggestions and other element by element, if that
Great.
works for you.
Yeah, and I apologize for holding everybody up.
So that's all right, it happens. So if I could go to a staff tee up, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer Armour, Planning Manager. Good evening, Council. The item before you is consideration of the draft 2040 general plan and final environmental impact report. I know we've been looking forward to getting to this point in the process, that you now have the opportunity to discuss and consider the draft 2040 general plan and certification of the final EIR. First, for members of the public who are joining us for the first time, this is an update to the existing 2020 general plan, which is a document that's updated every 10 to 20 years. Every jurisdiction in California must have a general plan, which is the local government's long-term framework or constitution for future growth, services, and resource management. The documents before you are the result of extensive work over the last 4 years by the General Plan Update Advisory Committee, which we often refer to as the GPAC, the Planning Commission, Town Council, expert consultants, all most all of the town's commissions, committees, and boards, numerous departments and outside agencies, and so many members of the public who have shared their questions, concerns, praise, and passion in conversations and writing to keep improving this document, this vision for the future of Los Gatos. As part of the staff presentation tonight, I want to share a few important points as a foundation for the discussion. So a reminder that this is a high-level policy document. It doesn't always get into the details that we're looking for, but those can be developed in other code or guideline documents or program implementation programs. While the discussion tonight will probably focus on a few specific components, this document does include 9 chapters. So it starts with an introduction, racial, social, and environmental justice element, which is new in this general plan, land use element, community design element, mobility element, which has been significantly reorganized, public facilities, services, and infrastructure element, open space, parks, and recreation element, environment and sustainability element, hazards and safety element. What this process does not include is an update to the housing element. That is a separate process. We've talked about that some recently, and that depends on, but that does tie in and depend on the capacity that's provided within the land use element regulations. So they are intertwined, but that is not what's under consideration tonight. The most substantial changes in this update, in this draft 2040 general plan, are the creation of a new racial, social, and environmental justice element, increase in the housing opportunities, particularly in mixed use developments in commercial areas, as well as missing middle housing in existing neighborhoods with design requirements, new community commercial land use designation, new community place districts, which provide more objective design standards and focus on community form urban design for all developments. So there aren't different regulations in terms of development numbers in these community place districts, but they are focused around some of these commercial zones where there are increases in the allowed residential density and height in some cases. But they are focused mostly in our community design element. We also have a shift in the focus of the transportation policies to street design, connectivity, mobility for all users, bicycles, pedestrians, vehicles, all to reduce vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. We also have new goals in environment and sustainability element and expanded policies to prepare for wildfire, climate change, and other community health threats. So the draft 2040 general plan is just a draft, even at this point when we've had extensive discussions. The Planning Commission, in fact, recommended additional changes and modifications. Those are described in full in attachment 7. The Town Council can consider whether to accept these modifications in whole, in parts, and may include other modifications or further modifications in their final decision. I do want to share a few words on the environmental review. This is a program EIR, which is not the same as a project EIR, where you have a specific project, a specific development, you analyze the impacts in a different way for that type of project rather than an overarching program. The purpose of an EIR is to provide information, both to the decision makers, yourselves, as well as the advising bodies and to the public. Certification of an EIR does not indicate approval of the project. So that is something that could be considered once we've made it through the discussion process, even if there were continuing concerns about the plan itself. Unavoidable impacts also are common for general plan EIRs. So they've actually been a part of previous ones for the town, and this one is no different. It does have some unavoidable impacts. And then in particular, we have received some additional public comments that were attached to your staff report and in particular to the desk item that was provided today, we received over the weekend. And some of those comments do address the EIR in particular. They had a specific emphasis, most of the comments, on a claim that the EIR should consider more development than the residential build-out table that's contained in the draft 2040 general plan. And I did want to make it clear, we wanted to make it clear that staff has confirmed that the use of this reasonably foreseeable development rather than the absolute maximum is appropriate for this type of environmental review. In consultation with our consultants on this process and the town attorney, we will actually be preparing some additional information for the final EIR for your consideration next week, in anticipation that we will be having a second meeting to continue these discussions on June 30th. For tonight's meeting, as the mayor briefly went over, we recommend that the discussion be structured similarly to how the Planning Commission worked through this document. After receiving public comment, the town council could ask some general questions and then use attachment 7 as a guide for the discussion. Attachment 7 runs through the details of the motions made by Planning Commission. So it starts with the general plan vision and guiding principles, and an additional change for the introduction, which is the first chapter of the general plan. Then it works through some recommendations that were made by staff or peer review agencies. So item number 3 in that attachment is about the safety element. This is a required update, and it has been reviewed by the State Board of Forestry with some additional modifications so that we comply with state law. This update to the safety element, which actually involves changes to 3 of the elements of the draft general plan, is actually something that we would be required to do as part of the housing element, even if we weren't doing an update for the general plan. So that's a component that is critical at this time. There is also a staff recommended 5-year review of the land use element. That's item number 4. And then some additional changes recommended by our Parks and Public Works Department. That's items 5 through 8. We can then go through and see that they ran through each of the chapters, each element of the general plan. First, the racial, social, and environmental justice element. That's items 9 through 14. Then mobility is 14 through 17. Public facilities, services, and infrastructure is items 18 through 22. Open space, parks, and recreation is items 23 through 25. Environment and sustainability is items 26 through 39. The hazards and safety element includes items 40 and 41. Item 42 is a little out of order, but this is the order that Planning Commission worked through these. On one of their later meetings, they came back with a definition of equity that they wanted to include. So that's item 42. And then they moved on to the text of the land use element. So you can see that they ran through all of the chapters of the general plan, but saved land use and community design, since they're so tightly kind of intertwined, for the end, because they knew that would be where most of the discussion would be. And so the text of the land use element is items 43 through, 43 through 46. Community design is 47 through 52. And then the recommended changes to the land use residential densities in the land use element that involved a number of hours of discussion and really impressive work by the Planning Commission is item 53. You would then discuss and consider the environmental impact report after that. So we can also go back to the full summary of the changes that were considered by Planning Commission. That's actually their staff report from April 13th is attachment 8. And Exhibit 7 to that lists out a summary of all the recommended changes that have been received. And so those still are possible under consideration, as well as any other ideas that the council has or has received as suggestions. Staff recommends that the council consider having a progress motion at the end of the discussion of each of these elements, each chapter, similar to what the Planning Commission did as shown in attachment 20. Those progress motions could then be incorporated into a final motion, potentially with modifications if needed, once the full document and EIR have been reviewed and you're ready to make a recommendation at your next special meeting, which on the draft 2040 general plan, which is scheduled for June 30th. This concludes staff's presentation, but we are here and happy to answer any questions to assist in your discussion.
Okay, thank you. So let's start with comments from the public on any element in the general plan. The first hand I have is Kathleen Wiley.
Hello, everyone. Happy summer. My name is Kathleen Willie, and I've been a Los Gatos resident for about 11 years now. And I'd like to thank the council for your support in our plant-based efforts. And I'm asking for your support in approving our plant-based education plan that's being suggested by the Planning Commission. I'm saddened by the fear and panic created by COVID, which overwhelmingly affects older people and people with comorbidities. It'd be really helpful to focus on what we can all do to help our chances of becoming severely ill if we catch any viruses. I'm happy to say in my plant-based household, we've all remained healthy in the last 2.5 years. We need to focus on getting outside, get enough exercise, eating whole grains, fruits, and vegetables to keep ourselves healthy. According to the latest study from the CDC, over 75% of the people who have severe outcomes with COVID are over 65 and have an average of 4 comorbidities, such as cancer, diabetes, obesity, asthma, high blood pressure, etc. They're much more likely to become severely ill than somebody who's a healthy weight. The well-respected British Medical Journal came out with a study confirming that those who followed a plant-based diet were 73% less likely to have a severe outcome with COVID because plant-based diets are rich in nutrients, especially phytochemicals, vitamins, and minerals, all which help support a healthy immune system. Even the American Heart Association says whether you're considering eating less meat or giving it up entirely, the benefits are clear. You'll have less risk of disease and improved health and well-being. Specifically, less meat decreases the risk of heart disease, stroke, obesity, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, type 2 diabetes, and many cancers. We also need help encouraging education on this topic in our local schools. There's organizations that will come into schools for free to give education on this, on nutrition and other related topics. So I'd like to ask, let our town of Los Gatos be a leader in providing education to help improve the health of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, Ms. Wiley, so we will move on to Rob. I'm assuming it's Rob Moore.
Actually, Mayor, it's Rob Stump.
Okay, great.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight, council members. I've been a Los Gatos resident now, hard to believe, for 50 plus years. My comments on the general plan are directly targeted at proposed housing density increases for residential designations, specifically within the wildland urban interface. A blanket upzoning approach is not prudent from a public safety standpoint. Almost 3,100 homes in Los Gatos are located in the WUI. This entire area and even neighborhoods outside of the WUI live with the real threat of wildfire. Who can forget the devastation of the Tubbs fire that decimated Coffee Park in Santa Rosa? It was outside of the WUI. Fire blew into this neighborhood, 4 dead, 1,200 homes destroyed. So how should Los Gatos think about or rethink housing density in our WUI? We should not make any changes to housing density for any residential designation. Residential designations as documented in the 2020 general plan should remain in place. If increased housing densities are approved in the WUI, there could be catastrophic impacts to residents. Increasing density flies in the face of public safety, which is the top strategic priority for the town of Los Gatos. One final point. I think many in Los Gatos believe that wildfire will never happen in this community. Those that have been devastated by wildfire over the past several years know better. Los Gatos is at risk for catastrophic wildfire, a fact. A well-known wildfire study rated Los Gatos a higher risk for wildfire prior to the one that destroyed the town of Paradise. Countless numbers of homes were destroyed and dozens of lives were lost. So please ensure the real threat of wildfire in the town of Los Gatos is carefully considered before making housing density changes that we as a community may later regret. Wildfire is a significant threat. Let's not move more people into harm's way. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Stump. I see a question from Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you, Mr. Stump, and for everything you're doing in this area. I wondered if it is maybe a little bit detailed, but I thought maybe I would try it on you first. There is upzoning or densification that's proposed in town.
Right.
It does not apply to the hillside zoning.
Correct.
But there are other areas, I believe, of the very high fire hazard severity zone that are not in our hillsides. Do you have an idea about how much that is? How many people live there, or how many residents there are that are in areas that are proposed for upzoning, single family residents, yet are not in the hillside zone?
Thanks for that question. By the way, if Mr. Andrews is on the phone, he may be able to backstop me as well on these figures. The reason I say that is that a report was provided to the council known as the Wildland Urban Interface Evacuation Assessment back in October of 2019. A great report that shared a lot of the information that you're asking about. Currently in the WUI, I mentioned 3,100 homes. It's estimated there are 6,800 residents out of 30,250 that live within the WUI. In addition to that, of the 3,100 residences in the WUI, it states that about 1,800 of them are concentrated within a quarter mile of the northern boundary of the WUI, which would, in my mind, if looking at the map, which I can't show you here, but looking at the map would basically put them squarely into residential designations, not hillside designations. So literally more than half of the residents or the houses within the WUI are not within hillside zoning.
Thank you. That's a very comprehensive answer. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stump. We will
Thank
move
you.
on to Sue Ann Lorig.
Hi, I'm Sue Ann Lorig and a resident of Los Gatos. I want to share my heartfelt thanks to the Los Gatos Planning Commission for their work on the general plan and their approval of a plant-based diet program. I asked the council tonight to follow their recommendation and approve a plant-based diet education program. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, the United Nations body for assessing the science related to climate change, stated that to avoid climate catastrophe, global emissions must be halved by 2030. That means we must do everything we can now to reverse climate change. Right behind fossil fuels and the causes of climate change is industrial animal agriculture, which we can address as individuals and a community by reducing our consumption of animal products and eating more plants. Industrial animal agriculture currently occupies more than half of the world's arable land resources, uses the majority of our fresh water stores, and expels more greenhouse gas emissions than the entire transportation sector. We're using scarce land and scarce water resources to grow food to feed animals for food. In the US, 47% of soy and 60% of corn are consumed by livestock. Within its short lifetime, an average cow will use about 183,000 gallons of water through feed alone. When you include the millions of gallons of water for everything from hydration to washing excrement off concrete floors, cleaning blood and grease from butchering equipment, and so on, it takes about 1,800 gallons of water on average to produce 1 pound of meat. Dairy cows use tons of water too, with about 2,000 gallons of water being used to create just 1 gallon of milk. To put this into perspective, it only takes 119 gallons of water to produce a pound of potatoes. Simply stated, if we used all of this water to produce food for direct human consumption, rather than the roundabout process of industrial meat farming, we would have a lot more food and a whole lot more water to go around. In short, by educating people about the advantages of plant-based eating, we can help to reverse climate change and save vast amounts of water. I ask you to approve the plant-based education program recommended by the Planning Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Lorig. I do not see any questions for you, so I will move to Karen Rubio.
Good evening, Council. I'm Karen Rubio, and I'm a 37-year resident of Los Gatos and a member of nonprofit Plant-Based Advocates. We are so grateful to the Los Gatos Planning Commission's work for the general plan and their recommendation to adopt plant-based diet education in Los Gatos. We're hoping that the Council feels the same. On March 31st, the Mercury News published my opinion piece called "It's Time for Californians to Talk About the Cow in the Room." In this article, I explained that 47% of California's water goes to meat and dairy production, and talk about how the livestock industry plays a key role in climate change. The planet's 7 hottest years on record have happened in the last 7 years. And in California, the effects of climate change are inescapable. 93% of California, including the Bay Area, is in severe drought. Last year, dangerous heat killed hundreds of people in Oregon and Washington and nearly buckled California's power grid. We now know that raising livestock is a primary cause of not only global warming, but also land depletion, water scarcity, deforestation, ocean dead zones, pollution, and biodiversity loss. Shifting to a plant-based diet reduces foods associated greenhouse gas emissions by as much as 73% and cuts in half the water needed to produce our food. Those are just stunning figures we should pay attention to. Therefore, any plan to reduce water consumption and global warming must include education about plant-based diets, as well as tangible steps to help people incorporate more plants and less animal products into their diets. The Los Gatos Plant Forward Diets program does exactly that, with concrete solutions and education to support people who want to eat more plant-based meals. Global warming and water scarcity are the biggest challenges of our time. By approving this plan, Los Gatos will be taking a leadership position in ensuring a habitable planet for our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rubio. I don't see any questions, so I will move on to Stephen Rothberg.
Thank you. I moved to Los Gatos in 2017 after living in Palo Alto for about 35 years, where the pro-development folks just figured out ways to put more and more people in the limited spaces with no changes to the infrastructure. Finally, when citizens woke up and tried to make changes later on, it turned out it was just too late. As a result, life in Palo Alto was nothing like it was when I first moved there. California has had very limited population increases in recent years, and the noise about more housing is not based on hard data. With the pandemic, people should move to areas with plenty of affordable land and work remotely. Given our extreme water problems, we might want to consider converting agricultural land into housing. Given the magnitude of this decision that the plan puts forth, I would strongly suggest the town council not take a vote on this magnitude without first putting it up to the citizens of the town to approve or disapprove. We're the ones that are most affected by the negative impact of all of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rothenberg. I don't see any hands, so I'll go to Lynn Williams next.
Hello, I'm Lynn Williams. I live on Vista Del Monte, which was this year designated as a very high fire zone, and it's definitely a residential area, which the previous speaker spoke to very eloquently. I'm not going to add to it except to point out that I'm not in a hillside. Our entire neighborhood is not in a hillside, and our entire neighborhood is designated very high fire danger. So the density issue can affect the protection from fire danger, as was pointed out before. But also I want to add that I don't understand why the town would look to have a density that's 2 times the state mandate in the draft, or 1.5 times the state mandate on the Planning Commission recommendation, despite the fact that the state mandate is, as I've learned, is based on either inaccurate data itself or inaccurate data analysis. And therefore the numbers are incorrect on the mandate to start with. Why, please tell me, are you trying to double that amount? How will you ensure sufficient water, infrastructure, and services to this level of increased zoning, density and upzoning? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I don't see any hands. So I only have one hand left, which is Kathleen Wiley, and she's already spoken. Do you? Okay, I saw Lee Katana and then disappeared. All right, let's start with Kathleen Cooley.
Hi, my name's Daniel Cooley. I'm here with my wife, Kathy Cooley. She was born in Los Gatos. I moved to Los Gatos in 1958, living in my grandfather's house, which we purchased in the early 90s. We love the town of Los Gatos and are saddened to hear about the news of the density changing. We know that the future is upon us and we must be cognizant of that. However, I'm in alignment with what Stephen Rothenberg was saying and Lynn Williams. I don't understand the studies that have been made. I know that you all have been working really hard on it. And I don't think that we need to be that vigorous here. I live in East Los Gatos. I grew up on Highland Oaks Drive. I lived when Lark Avenue, you could walk down to Oka Road and then had to take a dirt path to take my inner tubes and jump in Los Gatos Creek. It's not like that anymore. And I know that it's changed. The apricot orchards are gone. I love my town. I'd like to keep it that way, but I know that's not going to change. Water, where's the water going to come for all this new homes that we're building? The traffic here on East Los Gatos is just horrible. Most of the infrastructure has been done between Lark Avenue and 85, yet it still takes 10 minutes to get from Lark Avenue to Highway 85 around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And the North 40 isn't even open yet. I am not excited about what you've planned for Los Gatos Boulevard from Lark Avenue to Blossom Hill Road. I think taking out the existing small businesses that are there and putting in new homes, multifamily homes with businesses underneath them is just going to cost more for the services and products that we need to buy. You know, removing the Lenardi's or a Whole Foods or a Nob Hill or Ace Hardware. You know, I agree that the landowners that own that land, if they want to do that, I don't want to stop them, but it's going to cost the residents of Los Gatos more money for those services and products. And what about the small businesses? I do not want to see 3 or 4-story condo buildings from the street that I live on. Please consider that as you go forward. We're watching. We've been voting for town council members for a long time. Please ask the town of Los Gatos, us citizens, what's going on. Thank you very much for your time. Keep up the good work.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cooley. Next up, John Shepherdson.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
Yes. So just some general points. This document is huge and I haven't done maybe the homework that I'd like to do on it at the level I'd like to do it, but some points I'd like to make. One is I agree with the gentleman earlier. I think that in terms of the town, the number one immediate priority is, in my mind, is the fire danger. And if we have a significant fire, it could wipe out half the town, and the embers from the flames can fly, apparently a mile or 2 miles. And so, and when you have forests or wildlife area and you build housing and you have global warming, it's simply cause and effect. You're going to have fires. And so what we can do to mitigate that seems to me to be a significant priority. Moving along the comments about plant-based diets, that makes a lot of sense to me. Perhaps I'd encourage the council to all maybe agree to shift to at least 80% plant-based diets as leaders in the community, as a suggestion. In terms of the component about racial aspects, and I don't know if this is in the plan, but the state came out with a huge study about the decades of discrimination against Blacks in California and America. And I think that something along those lines should be in the general plan, because the discrimination has been across legal, housing, jobs, across the board. Another concept is sort of the idea of being a team player. We're in the Bay Area. Our houses have gone up in value because we're in the Bay Area with these jobs. So I think we also have an obligation to be a team player with the other communities in the Bay Area in terms of the housing, and not just agree on a number, but not really mean it and not really meet the obligation and not delay compliance. That said, in my view, there should be at least, it's not clear in my mind if there's a cap on how much housing, additional housing there will be based on different things that I've read. And I also want to talk about the idea of how much development we have in town. When we wanted, there was a group in town that wanted Albright to be built out at 525. And that's fine, but when you realize when you build big commercial, the RENA numbers, as I understand it, also go larger. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. I don't see any hands for you, so thank you. I don't have any more hands raised. Did Lee Katana still want to speak? Your hand is not up now, but I find it hard to believe you don't want to speak. So let's go to Lee Katana. There you go. We see you.
Okay, and I'm not on mute. Okay. Yeah, I would like to second everything that Mr. Shepherdson has commented on, and most of what Rob Stump has commented on. They both go to my thought that before we start looking at where we increase densities or how much density, that we look at those areas where we feel there should be no change and be open to the fact that that might require changes in general plan mapping and general plan categories. But what I really want to talk about is this concept of the upzoning that across town. Either I misunderstand what is meant by the general plan category of the increases in density, or people who believe that or think that every single parcel in the town is upzoned and therefore can reach the maximum density of that particular general plan category is wrong. So I think we need some clarification. The way I understand it is that what was identified were the number of parcels based on the current zoning standards that might allow greater density, but there are, under the R1 zoning designation, there are 4 or 5 different categories, and it's the standards within those categories that determine the amount of density that can occur. For example, R18 requires a minimum of 8,000 square feet, so in an acre you get approximately 4 or 5. R120 requires 20,000 square feet, so the maximum density under current regulations would be 2-ish. So if you use that same reasoning with the increased general plan density, you have to look to the zoning to really determine what the actual possibility of increased density is. I know it's confusing, but what the hell. And of course, I ran out of time because I had lots more to say.
Thank you, Ms. Katana. I don't see any hands, so I will move on to Mary D.
Actually, I'm using my wife's computer. This is Barney Davidge and three friends from Los Gatos. And we've been involved with the Dixie Fire. So we've had some meetings with CAL FIRE, U.S. Forest Service, and Lassen National Park. And they say all fire models don't work anymore. So I'd hope you wouldn't rely on existing fire models, because from their perspective, they don't mean anything for how intense the fires are. And the other question I have is, Los Gatos in the last 40 years, every 10 years, has increased in population by 1%. And the households have only increased by 1% every 10 years for the last 40 years. Why are we increasing by 28% when historical data says it makes no sense? Those are my 2 observations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davidge. Would any of your friends wish to speak also?
No, just concur. No, they just concur, and they convinced me to talk. We're actually in Washington watching this.
Okay.
We should talk, yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Davidge. I will now move on to Catherine Summers.
Good evening, Council. I didn't want to let this opportunity pass without thanking the folks that really put a lot of time into this general plan. So it goes back to the general plan committee. I mean, I know that process may have not been perfect, but I really appreciated the work that they did and the reasons that they came up with the ideas that then were presented to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, I think, did an outstanding job at looking at everything. I love that there is the youth or younger people that are presenting their views on the Planning Commission. And I think that we really, as a community, need to listen to some of the things that they brought forth. I also really wanted to give a shout out to the Lee Quintanas and to the Democracy Tent. And I don't think, and the big wide scheme of things here, I don't know if everyone in the community really appreciates everybody that has had a chance to give their input. That goes to the Community Alliance as well. And so I hand it to you tonight, or I don't hand it to you. The community hands it to the council tonight to really consider all that has been set forth in front of you. But I did want to tell you one thing. I think that our streets here in Los Gatos should be designed to be safe for people, for walking and biking, and for building wealth and community and a place that people call home. These streets need good urban design, and they focus on building a sense of place. We've talked a lot about placemaking. So is that 3,000 houses, or is that maybe only the 1,900? And how can we actually accomplish that? We need to be connected by biking and walking and public transportation. And all of this is happening in the next 20 years, which is a long time out. So you really have to put yourself in a position of somebody who's looking into the future to see where will we be and where should we be. So you have to dream a little bit and listen. And so but again, I really want to thank everybody who has put time into this to get where we are now, because that can't go without being unsaid. Miss Armour, she is a rock star as well. I do have to really say to the staff, like, she's been golden, and I really appreciate it. So thanks. Good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Summers. I don't have any more hands. Oh, a question for Ms. Summers. Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. Ms. Summers, some of the previous speakers voiced their concerns on upzoning low density residential. Would you care to comment on that?
Oh dear. I think as a Chamber of Commerce, we are, again, really concerned about the thriving business economy. And I think we all love at the Chamber the idea of placemaking and looking at some of our underutilized commercial centers that could really add so much to the town. And again, with public transportation, we could connect everybody together, be it through public transportation, biking, and having them really cool, livable, work, live, play areas throughout our town. I think we have some that we just are really underutilized, and that we haven't put the love and attention to that we should. So I don't know if that answered your question. I kind of skirted it.
Actually, you skirted it. You did not answer my question, but that's okay. I have another one for you. So what's your opinion on placemaking in all these other areas of town? Would that take away from the charm of the downtown?
No, I don't believe so. I've always been a strong proponent that our downtown sits at the top of almost all small towns in Northern California. And I think we always will. And I think that no matter what happens out in the North 40 or out in the Gatos neighborhood, the heartbeat of our town, I think everybody believes it, is our downtown, which is so special and charming, and always will be. And I think all of those other neighborhoods getting some love and attention, and maybe even some multi-use buildings and some housing out in those areas will only enhance the quality of our downtown as well. And I think all the neighborhood residents in those areas will appreciate it, but I really do not believe that our downtown will ever lose its charm. I only think that by building up around it, will make our downtown even more special.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more hands. Thank you, Ms. Summers. Would any other members of the public wish to speak to us before I close public comment? I'll wait a couple seconds here, see if anybody gets the urge. Not seeing any. I will close public comment now and come back to council. So we will do questions on general things about the general things about the general plan. And then we will go into more specifics of each element, following the Planning Commission recommendations and then adding our own in for each element as we go through. I know Mr. Hudes had general questions. Would you like to start us off?
Thanks. Yeah, one is about objective standards. One of the things that happened with the North 40 is that the town eventually lost a case in court, and North 40 prevailed with by right development, which meant that it was compelled, primarily because the plans and the applications did not have strong objective standards. And I'm referring to things like, how do you define a hillside view? Or how do you define architecture that is similar to architecture that's found in town? And numerous other aspects of objective standards. I know there's some work going on, but my question is, has that work been incorporated in the general plan? And if not, when would we be able to do that work? Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. So there are a couple of components that can be part of the answer to your question. One is, as you mentioned, we are working on objective standards. This would be a standalone document we anticipate would apply to mixed use and multifamily developments. And that is actually going to Planning Commission for consideration this week on Wednesday. So everybody who's here and joining us today, we'd invite you to join us at that meeting. Share your thoughts on the draft of objective standards that's been put together thus far. It is currently available on the website. So we have that, and that is moving forward. We anticipate that once Planning Commission has taken a look and made a recommendation, we then will be bringing those to Town Council for consideration in the next couple of months.
I guess the question that I would have is, why would we adopt a general plan and then start revising it a couple months later? Why not just incorporate the objective standards when we review the whole thing? Because otherwise we're going to have to go through, 350 pages or whatever it is to see how they've applied.
Thank you, Council Member. The other component answer to your question is that there are some additional design standards that have actually already been incorporated into the community design element of the general plan. That was part of the goal with that element, to get some objective standards in there. There was actually extensive discussion by the GPAC, the General Plan Update Advisory Committee, as they went through that to determine which of the policies that were provided as potential by the consultants, which of those should be included in the general plan. And then there were some that they found were actually too specific. And so those have been considered and are included in these objective standards. But to get to your second question, the goal is not to incorporate these objective standards in the general plan. As I said, it would be considered a standalone document, much like our other residential design guidelines, but these would be standards specifically to be objective for those types of projects.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sapp.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Armour. And it's along the lines, I've actually three questions, Mayor. The first is along the lines of what Councilmember Hudes said, is if staff could help guide the community that's watching today in how exactly a general plan is used in combination with all the other documents that we have. And I think oftentimes we understand the process, but I have to always be mindful that there are people paying attention for the first time. And so if you can just walk us through the general plan, we talk about how it's a high level document, but then how there are several other documents under that, and how they really interact with one another. And I think that leads to the second question about this upzoning that Ms. Quintana brought up, but didn't have a lot of time into, like, and how that plays and how zoning, looking at specific parcels of land, really how upzoning and what that means. Because I think I'm getting lots of feedback about upzoning, but I don't think, at least if I read it correctly, there's a lot of people who don't understand that it's not every single parcel in town that we're talking about. So.
Thank you, Council Member. So I'll try not to give you a full land use 101, though you get me started. I sometimes do. So the general plan is this high level overarching document. It's a vision for the town. It's looking long range, in this case, 20 years. Some are 10 years, some are 30. It's a vision, it's guiding principles, it's goals. And then under each goal, we also have some policies and implementation measures, because we do want to link this to actionable items. So when we have a development project or a roadway project or something that's coming through and being considered by the town, we look to make sure that it is consistent with those goals and policies. We also take the implementation programs, and the plan with this general plan is to actually bring some of those and incorporate them as part of the goal setting that the council does at the beginning of each year, to make sure those programs do continue to be moved forward at the priority set by the town council. And so this overarching document then gets implemented in those ways, but also through other documents that the town has. So one is the municipal code, in particular the zoning code, which takes the land use designation map and regulations from the general plan and gets more specific with things like what types of uses are allowed. Is it a single family? Is it duplex? Is it mixed use? What types and character of use? And we will, once the general plan update has been approved, that then gets implemented quite quickly within a few months in the zoning code. We will need to make updates to the different land use designations in particular to make sure that they do align with the new regulations in the general plan. But to the question about objective standards and tying in with that, we also do have a number of guideline documents. We have residential design guidelines for single and two-family homes. We have commercial design guidelines, lots of different implementations. There also, you will see in the general plan, a lot of other documents that are referenced, ones about hazards and safety and fire risk and emergency preparedness, documents about the roadways and pedestrian and bicycle facilities throughout town. So I think that was the first component of your question, Council Member. The second was about upzoning. And it is interrelated. And what we've heard in terms of the concerns about the changes to the density that is a portion of the general plan, but it gets implemented then through the zoning, which isn't necessarily going to change the size of the property, but might, if it is a higher density, maybe because the standard size of a property in the R18 zone, for example, the standard size is 8,000, as Ms. Quintana mentioned, that it may be that based on the density of the general plan, it is then appropriate to allow a duplex or maybe even a triplex on that designation or on that parcel. Doesn't necessarily change the size of the parcels, the spacing, the setbacks, the height, all of those components, the design guidelines, all of those still apply. So hopefully that gets at that, but you said you also had a third question.
Actually, you combined all three, so thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
And Mayor, if I could just add one more point, Jennifer did a really nice job with that explanation tonight. I would just ask that the council focus on our land use designation in the draft general plan. So for those of you who are concerned about density, that you focus your conversation around the density ranges that you would like to see for the residential and other designations in the general plan, in the draft 2040 general plan. As you know, the Planning Commission reduced the upper limits of the density ranges, and you have full discretion to make additional changes. So tonight we're focusing on the general plan. We will not be considering changes to the municipal code this evening. Thank you.
Councilmember Hudes, more general plan questions, general questions.
I have a follow-up with regard to the zoning and the density, but I'll save that till we get to land use. I had a question that was a little bit different, and that's about community engagement. And first of all, I wanted to thank and acknowledge the work of town staff in working through the process and producing a document that I think is an excellent document. There are some points I might not agree with, but I think it was it's a very strong document that does chart a little bit different direction. But I wanted to ask about public engagement, because I think when we looked at this in a study session a few months ago, there was at least some evidence that at the GPAC level, the public had not really engaged. It was mostly the same people participating at multiple meetings. And so I wondered, since we do have responses that have come in, emails and things, and I know that the staff has identified what are the biggest topics that people were interested in. But do we know really the gist of the responses? Has that been summarized? For instance, how many people supported the proposed housing numbers and density in the draft 2040 general plan? I myself received 302 unique emails on this topic, and only 23 supported the numbers in the draft general plan. So I'm wondering if staff has compiled and looked at the responses and can provide some quantification of the level of support that's come about through the engagement that's gone on.
Thank you, Councilmember Hudes. I think I will start by saying that no, we don't have a quantification of how many people support. To be able to do that, really is getting towards the concept of a vote or a survey of the town, and that's a very extensive type of engagement that would be required. As has been described in the staff report materials, we have done extensive outreach. We've have worked, especially over the last year since the draft 2040 general plan came out, and in response to comments that we've received, working to try and reach out to more of the community in different manners. What I would say anecdotally, based on my experience attending the farmers market over the last year, I started going every 3 to 4 weeks since last June. And I spend 3 hours there each of those Sundays and talk with people who are passing by. Some approach me with questions specifically when they see what I'm there to discuss and have ideas about what they've seen or questions about it. Others are just passing by and saying, well, why are you here today? And while I know that a lot of the written comments that have been received have been heavily weighed in the direction of this concern, what I've heard at the farmers market is actually much more balanced. So there are a lot of different thoughts and concerns and suggestions. And one of the things that we worked hard to prepare for Planning Commission, and it's also available for your consideration, under Attachment 8, Exhibit 7, is a full list going through all of the written comments that have been received up until that point. so that it is compiling them and consolidating them into what has been heard in those written comments over this full last year. So hopefully that gives you some context, if not quantification.
Okay, so if no further general questions, let's start into the work. So I believe at this point, the idea is to move to attachment 7, which is the Planning Commission recommendations. And the first one, the first item number 1 in that is related to vision and guiding principles. And they have some modifications in there. And actually, I feel kind of strongly, as you saw on the desk items, so maybe I will start off with my thoughts on this item. So in the first paragraph on the vision, they talk about removing where it says economy that includes a mix of businesses throughout town that serves all residents, workers, and visitors. So it was part of another sentence. But I feel strongly that we're losing a part of a vision of Los Gatos that I've seen as long as I've been paying attention, from long before I was on council. And that's this idea that Los Gatos is a full service community where our residents can get most of their services and products without having to leave town. And once we remove that whole idea is no longer in the vision. And I would argue it's things like, if you don't have that in your vision, you might decide, well, we don't need our light industrial area anymore, right? That's an area that we purposely have to allow people to get their cars fixed or get body work done or other things of that sort. You know, if we don't have this vision that we're trying to make sure all services are, and we can't provide all services, but the idea is to provide as many as possible. You might decide, we don't want medical office anymore, right? So now, people have to travel outside town for doctor's visits, or we might not make sure that there's offices for physical therapists, for example, right? There's a large gamut of different kinds of services that occur in the town, and our zoning and the way we've planned it out focuses, maybe focus is not the right word, but it provides places for most of these services and products to occur. And if we've lost that from the vision, in the future, we may start moving away from making sure there is a place for these different types of services that we want to occur. So my feeling is we need to add something back in, and I'm not a good wordsmith, but because the sentences have been changed around, maybe you need a new sentence that says, and let me just suggest to start, Los Gatos is a full service community where residents do not have to leave Los Gatos for most services or products, and has a mix of businesses throughout town that serves all residents, workers, and visitors. So that's my pitch. Next, I will let Vice Mayor Risto weigh in.
Thank you. I'm not sure how I feel about that whole sentence, but I completely concur with the sentiment. I think it does help us stay focused on the fact that we don't want to lose our light manufacturing. I think it's really important that we can get cars serviced in town, that, we hold that as a vision. So when we look at uses in the future, as we're moving forward in the next 20 years, we make sure we don't prioritize, for example, residential in places that would knock out our businesses, or make some other changes that would not leave us with a well-rounded business community, a strong tax base. And I don't know if I would say so residents don't have to leave town, because there's certainly always going to be things that we can't guarantee that we'd supply or that don't make sense in town. But I do like the concept, and I do want to think about, or if staff can help work with us, I think there needs to be a sentence there that talks about preserving certain zones and making sure that we are open to all the businesses that serve our community.
Well, I'm the first one to admit I'm not good at wordsmithing, and I'm happy to take other suggestions as long as the idea is incorporated. Councilmember Sack.
Yeah, I guess I wanted to ask the mayor how you wanted to do with the process. I'm supportive of the idea as well. And so are you looking, since I think we're all assuming we're going to have a second meeting, would you prefer that we ask staff to come up with options? Would you like us to try and wordsmith maybe during a break? So what exactly are you thinking process-wise would be helpful for you tonight?
I would be okay if we asked staff to come up with something based on those ideas.
Okay.
I guess everybody just give their inputs and then we'll let staff create something.
Okay, so just following that thought, then I am supportive of the idea of a full, I think in the past, what did we call it? A full service, I'm not even sure what we call it, but I like the idea of that we have a mix of commerce so that we are as complete and as whole a town as possible. Thanks.
Councilmember Hudis.
Thanks. I agree with that very much. I think it's a key part of the character of the town. And I had a comment on the next paragraph. I don't know if we're ready for that, but it's still in number 1.
Let's let Councilmember Badami make her comment, and then I'll come back to you. Okay, Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. I agree with the sentiment. However, the wording has to be careful, because the moment we start saying full service town, we still have a meeting tomorrow night regarding retail cannabis. So if we say full service town, we're almost precluding ourselves to how we would vote on that. So I would be very careful in how we word that. But I'm open to it with the sentiment of the idea of a mix of businesses.
And let me go to Planning Manager Armour.
Thank you. I wanted to check in just based on the discussion so far, whether the language that was in the vision previously approved, whether that language feels correct to council, because you could potentially keep it there, just add and an economy that includes a mix of businesses throughout town that serves all residents, workers, and visitors. Or we could work on alternative wording if there's something else that you have in mind.
I'm not that particular. Just, is everybody okay with that, or would they prefer something else? I see a thumbs up from Vice Mayor. And Councilmember Sack.
See, this is, I think, where we get nervous. I get nervous because, like, then you're talking, that sentence just seems so long now. We're talking about sustainability, social equity, and commerce. So I like using the language already, but maybe 2 sentences. Like we're a dynamic, thriving community that has an economy that includes blah, blah, blah. And then Los Gatos is committed to racial, social, environmental justice and underscores its commitment to long-term well-being by embracing sustainability. Like just 2 strong sentences versus 1 long.
And I agree with the idea that this racial, social, environmental justice should be the last sentence. Put it before. I think that's what Councilmember Sack, Vice Mayor is agreeing. So something like that. So I think that's adequate direction now for staff, if that's okay with them. I'll go back to Councilmember Hudis on the next paragraph.
Yeah, so I'm concerned about striking downtown. I understand the sentiment that we have other commercial areas, but I don't think we should ever forget that we have a unique and historic downtown. And, truly you cannot find one like it in Northern California. And so I think we need to acknowledge our downtown in there, especially since it's all of those things: community gathering, commerce, and things like that. And while we have other commercial areas and we have other places that people gather, I would actually, I'm okay with that sentence and take downtown out of the place where it is, but maybe add at the end of that sentence, comma, especially our unique and historic downtown.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think in terms of vitality, we do want to talk about all parts of town. And so I think I would want to retain the striking of downtown from the start of that sentence, because I think we want vitality throughout the town. But possibly we could do something like preserve and enhance the town's historic resources. We could say the town's historic downtown resources and character, or something like that, you know, and put a reference to downtown elsewhere, because certainly our other community place districts and the other places where we want vitality, none of those are historic. So if we're going to talk, there's not a special character like the downtown. So I don't know if it would make sense to refer to the downtown in the last sentence or an additional sentence there.
Others have thoughts? Mr. Hudis?
I don't have any preference about the location of that sentence. I think that it's just plain missing. So I would love to see a sentence that talks about our unique and historic downtown. And if it isn't added on to that first sentence, then a second sentence would be fine. I don't have one off the top of my head, but to talk about community vitality without talking about our downtown is making us just like 50 other Northern California cities that have lost their character. And so I think it's important.
Councilmember Badami?
Thank you. I also think it's very important. The downtown is a special place that cannot be replicated elsewhere in town. Think about our Christmas parade, think about Jazz on the Plaza, and think about our promenades. We're not going to have those anywhere else but the downtown, which makes it so special. Thank you.
And I also agree. So if we could ask staff to work on something for next time. Did you have something further, Councilmember Hudis? Or
no, thank you.
So the rest of number 1, is everybody okay with the changes from Planning Commission? I did have one question that I had sent into staff, where it crossed, it had biotic communities. I didn't know what biotic communities were. Was that meant to be symbiotic communities? It's meant to be biotic communities? Okay. So we can leave that in then? Leave as is? All right, so I'm assuming everybody's okay with the rest of number 1. We'll move on to number 2. And number 2 talks about adding more information about Indigenous communities. And that again is a staff item. I guess you will add more into section 1.5 before we finalize it. Is everybody okay with staff working on that? Don't see any disagreement. So we'll move on to item number 3, which has got a whole bunch of bullets to it. Lots of updates related to our hazards. And we'll, Ms. Armour.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to identify this as the list of modifications that were recommended by CAL FIRE and the State Department of Forestry in their review of the required updates for the safety element.
And the one item I had is in bullets, I don't know, it's about 9, starting with new policy hazard 2-9. It says it's written as if it was describing us by somebody else instead of ourselves. It says throughout its town. Shouldn't that be throughout the town? It's odd for our document to say its town because that's sort of referring to somebody else's town.
Yes, we could make that correction.
Is any other objections to the changes in item number 3? Seeing none, let's move on to item number 4. Any comments or objections to changes in item number 4? Talks about a 5-year land use element review. Seeing none, I'll move on to item number 5, which goes into Parks and Public Works section. I think it was 5 through 8 now. Vice Mayor Risto.
Yes, I think you had already put it in the notes, Mayor Rennie, but looking at the first bullet point for item 5, where it talks about updating, it says Shannon Road from Los Gatos Boulevard to Cherry Blossom Lane should be revised from proposed class 1 to proposed class 2. But what we had voted on and approved was a class 4 bike lane. It just doesn't have the delineator yet. So I believe it should say class 4, not class 2. Unless I've missed something.
I believe you're right. That's why it was in the desk item. So staff will double check on that then, I guess.
Yeah, we'll check with Parks and Public Works, make sure we have the accurate tag for that.
Okay. And so if nothing further on number 5, number 6, does anybody have any issues with items in number 6 changes? Seeing none, how about item number 7? Seeing none, item number 8. Councilmember Hudes.
Thanks. So I had a number of questions. Let me just make sure this is number 8. No, I'm sorry. It's on the next one.
Okay, so I think this is the end of Parks and Public Works. Do any council members have other additions to changes for Parks and Public Works? I'm assuming you all just jump in if I go past a section that you wanted other changes that are not included here. All right, so then it looks like number 8 is okay. So now we'll go on to number 9, which is the racial, social, environmental justice element. Planning Manager Armour.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to suggest, since the council has now gone through both the introduction and the recommendations from staff and outside agencies, that it may be a good time to consider a motion just to show the progress of the discussion, one of the first progress motion.
Okay, Vice Mayor Risto.
Yes, that's a great point. So we don't get too bulky. So I move to approve the proposed changes or the suggested changes from the Planning Commission and staff and outside agencies for the introduction and items 1 through 8, except where noted, with a discussion of the vitality or adding downtown in terms of vitality, and we had one other change. Oh, the Shannon Road change and the all-inclusive, not inclusive, the full service economy in the town, where the bike lane change would be in consultation with Parks and Public Works to make sure that that's correct or corrected, and staff to come back with wording to adjust the town's economy and the inclusion of downtown in terms of preserving the history.
Okay, Councilmember Badami.
I think I misunderstood the flow here. So I did want to make an addition to the introduction. I thought that any additions that we were going to recommend were separate from the Planning Commission's recommendation. So I need to go back to the introduction, and that would be 1.3. The first sentence reads, "The town council is the political body which formulates and implements policies in Los Gatos. Well, the word political can have a negative connotation. So I propose replacing the word political with elected body, and I think it better aligns with the definition in a dictionary.
I'm okay with that. Ms. Armour, did you have a comment on this? No? Okay. Is the rest of council okay with that? I don't see any disagreements. Would you like to add that to your motion, Vice Mayor?
I will.
Okay, so we have a motion for the changes now mentioned of items 1 through 8. I do need a second. I can, Councilmember Sayak.
I'll second the motion as stated.
Okay, any other comment? I'll go ahead and call the question. Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
And Mayor votes aye. So items 1 through 8 with changes mentioned passes unanimously. So now we will go to item number 9, and I believe Councilmember Hudes had issue on this one. This is the racial, social, environmental justice element, item number 9.
Yeah, mine is on number 10.
Okay. Is everybody okay with item number 9 changes then? Looks like it. So we'll go to item number 10 and back to Councilmember Hudes.
Mayor, excuse me, but Councilmember Sayak has her hand raised.
I think it's left over.
So I had a question for staff. The language in this section, RSEJ, did we have the benefit of a consultant for most or all of this language? Or did the members of the Planning Commission or General Plan do most of the language? Because there's quite a bit here that doesn't look standard to me.
Thank you, Council Member. There was a definition within the draft general plan, and the Planning Commission, upon discussion, decided that a different definition, as you see, was more appropriate.
Okay, so I had a comment on equity. It's a tricky area because the definition of equity can start to use the term equality in its definition, thereby blurring two distinct concepts. And my understanding is that that the equal outcome is a way to strengthen the concept of equity, so that equity includes, so that equality includes equal opportunity, and equity includes equal outcome. Where I am struggling a little with the definition is using the word justice in the definition. Every definition I've seen uses the term equal opportunities and equity in fairness and impartiality. Justice, I believe, is a different concept, and I'm a little concerned about overreaching on justice, since the town doesn't have courts, it doesn't have a judicial branch. So while we are using the term in some careful ways, it strikes me as a bit out of the norm to put the word justice into the definition of equality, of equity rather.
Thoughts from other council members? Vice Mayor Risto?
What I would not put impartiality there, because then that takes away the idea that to achieve equal outcome, people or groups might need different assistance or treatment. But I would say that I would be comfortable with just saying fairness in the way people are treated and take the justice out of it if that's a sticking point. And
that would be fine with me, because I think impartiality and fairness are pretty close concepts. So it's just the justice that sticks out. So,
And are you referring to all the uses of justice in here?
no, I'm just in the definition of equity.
Okay. And what page is that again? So I'm
Under number 10, it says equity, fairness, or justice in the way people are treated.
Well, oh, on there. Yeah. Okay. I was trying to find it back in the original book.
Yeah, right under number 10.
And then point of order, Mr. Mayor, item number 42 has a reference to status and rights. And I'm wondering, Ms. Armour, if now is a good time to talk about where status and rights fits into that definition for number 10. So council can consider it all together.
Good idea. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Town Manager. This was, as I said, a little bit out of order, but it is the order in which Planning Commission considered these items. And so after considering the additional language that you have here under item 10, where you have the original language and they added the wording that's underlined was suggested as an addition to the existing definitions by one of the planning commissioners. Another planning commissioner came back at a following meeting and suggested that it be modified further so that it references status and rights. And let me see, I can take a look to see where exactly that was supposed to be in that definition. I'll have to go back to my notes to see if there was a specific location there. One moment.
And what I recall is it maybe is adding to the list of items that are in that definition. So that's one option, unless council members have a different take on that or don't agree with that suggestion.
It also looks like the vice mayor might remember the discussion.
I don't know if I remember, but if I'm looking up here in the definition, it does talk about the state being equal, especially in status, rights, and opportunities. So I'm wondering if that somehow got added in after 42, or is there an additional place to put in those words where it's missing?
I'll say that it's quite possible that I added it in and then I kept that motion as well. We can look into that.
Or, I mean, so status and rights are in the definition of equality. So is the reference to also add it to equity?
So why don't I go to Councilmember Sack and see what her thoughts on this are?
Thank you. I'm wondering, I think without us going back and re-reviewing the tapes, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to utilize the 2 consultants that the town has hired for our Jedi work to see how this can be worded. I'm just concerned because equity and equality, that there's been a lot of discussion, and I want to make sure that we don't wordsmith it so that we lose it. And the reason why I want us to go back to the consultants also is when environmental justice, when the state required that this element be included, I know that there were certain elements that they wanted. For example, rights for, just, I mean, there's a lot there, and I don't want us to try and now figure out and backtrack what they were trying to get at. So if that's okay, I'd prefer that we ask our consultants to look into this and suggest verbiage.
Ms. Armour?
I can say that I was able to go back to the staff report from the April 25th meeting of the Planning Commission. This was a recommendation from Planning Commissioner Barnett, where he suggested that he thought it would be appropriate to include in the definition of equity a reference to equivalent to status and rights, in addition to the new language describing equal opportunity, levels of support, and allocation of resources. The additional terms in the current draft emphasize non-discrimination in these actions of the town. So that is the wording of his written comments and suggestions for adding those concepts into that definition.
Councilmember Sack, your hand is still up. Did you want to? Councilmember Hudes?
I think it would be a good idea, and that's why I asked the question about the consultant who developed some of the language. I also think there's some legal implications to some of this language. And while, I know that, for instance, the addition in number 10 to thereby reaching an equal outcome, I wonder if that creates some liability if the outcome isn't equal for everyone who enters into the process. So I would, and I'm sure the consultants are aware of some of that as well as our town attorney. So that's why I was asking. It did seem like some of this was an attempt to personalize some concepts that I think have been well developed, and there's a sort of a state of the art in how to do this, and I would imagine the consultants had some expertise in that. So I would agree that it would make sense.
Town manager, you have a suggestion on this one?
Yes, I was just going to say that we're happy to consult with our equity, diversity, and inclusion consultants. Our land use consultants, the general plan consultants, helped us on a baseline level, but I think we're now getting into more sensitive territory. So we will also consult with our other team to get recommendations. Much of these changes came directly from planning commissioners. And so I think we will do our due diligence and come back to you on the 30th with suggestions.
Okay, so for now, we will put item number 10 on hold. Our Vice Mayor?
I was going to ask if we're going to have our Jedi consultants take a look at this, if they could look at all of the items under racial and social justice, just to make sure that we are being correct and sensitive and not putting anything in our plan that doesn't make good sense. So I would request that not just item 10, but 10 through 14 be reviewed. And maybe we can look at it again on the 30th.
All right, would you like to make that a motion, since that's a lot of items?
Yes, then I will move that we have our Jedi consultants take a look at the revisions suggested by the Planning Commission in items 10 through 14 with, I'm assuming they'll be able to get that done and bring that back to us at our next meeting on the 30th.
And does that also include reviewing all of chapter 2?
That's a good question.
Are we assuming chapter 2 is already correct by them, and it was tweaking of that where we got into trouble?
Actually, that's a good point. I guess I should ask staff, have our Jedi consultants seen chapter 2 at all? And I'm assuming the answer is probably no, because we were working with other consultants.
Our Ready Set consultants who are working on internal inclusion efforts reviewed all policy documents, including the general plan. They have not shared with us any of their findings. Our consultants who are working on external interaction with respect to inclusive communities have expressed interest in supporting us with the general plan, but they have not reviewed chapter 2. And I'd be happy, they're going to need to read chapter 2 to understand how these changes fit in. So I'll just ask him to read the whole thing if the motion passes.
Okay, well then I will revise my motion to request that our consultants for our external work review all of Chapter 2 and bring any changes or suggestions to our next meeting.
Okay, so I have a motion, Councilmember Badami.
A question for the maker of the motion. Does your motion include Chapter 12, which is the glossary, which provides some of the definitions? Can we also include a review of that as well?
Sure, everything that relates to racial and social justice. So Chapter 2 and any supporting documents or information relating to that in the general plan. Thank you.
Councilmember Hudes, I am still looking for a second.
Yeah, I'll second. And I had a question for the mayor. I did have a few comments on, let's see, number 13 and number 14. Do you want those, or do you want to wait until we hear from the consultants?
I think it would be useful for you to give the comments. Staff can capture them and make them part of their discussion with the consultants. So go ahead.
Yeah, so it's a second.
Sure.
And do you want to take the vote and then the comments, or?
Yeah. Okay, let's do that. All right. I'll call the question. Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Mayor votes aye. Passes unanimously. Go ahead with further comments, Councilmember Hudes.
So in number 13, there are two things that it just points to raise at this point. It says the last part of the last sentence says support similar training efforts undertaken by the business community. So my question would be, are there some examples of how the town would support similar training efforts? Were there things discussed, or is that, it does seem like we're stepping over into the private sector and maybe taking on a bit. So that was one comment. The other one is relating to the beginning of that sentence. It says to state, implement, and require cultural proficiency. And to me, that sounds a bit militant. I think that we could accomplish the same concept with the word provide. So I think that's just my reaction to the language. So those are my two comments on number 13.
And before I move on, let me just check if other council members wish to make comments in response to Councilmember Hudes's remarks, or other comments on items 10 through 14. Okay, seeing none, we have a motion on that, and we will move to item number 15, which is, so it looks like item 15, 16, and 17 are mobility elements. Councilmember Sayak. You changed your mind?
Actually, no, it was just, I'm late, sorry. I just had a question of staff. So I guess it's more in the minutia, but I'm curious now. So when they're training, internal training, and I don't want our general plan to get into the details of how the town manager operates, but training such as this, where we state it's important, when you hear the word provide versus require, as a town manager, what does that exactly mean for employees?
Well, I think through our work with our equity consultants, there's definitely a lot of options for us ahead. One is to look at inherent bias training, both for employees as well as for our partners in the nonprofit and business community. There's other types of training in terms of understanding language and body language and that sort of thing. So I think as we consider I think in the general plan, we just need an overall sense that this is important. And then actually in August, we should be bringing our actual recommendations to council in terms of next steps and specific recommendations. So you'll have a chance to say whether or not we want to move forward with the training piece first, or perhaps some other elements of the consultant's recommendations. But again, I think we were, for the general plan, just trying to identify what are some tangible things that the town could offer to promote and move towards a more inclusive Los Gatos.
Okay, and that's helpful, because I would ask that our high-level document state that cultural proficiency and anti-bias interaction is important for all for our elected officials and employees, but I don't want to feel like I have to dictate exactly how that means. Thank you.
So again, I that fits into item 10 through 14, which we're going to be bringing back. So I believe we're on to item 15, 16, 17, mobility element. No, Councilmember Gatos has more comments. Okay.
I still had one on 14.
Okay, go ahead.
And I was a little lost by this. Maybe just I haven't been through it personally, but this concept of develop, provide, promote, and implement new and innovative approaches to facilitate communication between members of the community and town elected officials and staff members. Were there examples of this? I'm not saying we should define them, but I'm a little lost with the concept of, were there some ideas that were developed? Because it does sound pretty broad and sounds like some other things that already go on in a democracy.
I'll start. I think it's really, and this originally came out of the land use consultants. They really saw community engagement as part of our equity work. And so to the extent as we do, and you'll hear more about this in other town efforts, as we do more community engagement, to just make sure that we are able to communicate and reach out to groups and organizations and community members who perhaps don't typically get involved in civic matters. And so this was a way of really encouraging us to stretch our community engagement modes and methods to really think differently. As you know, for this effort, we did a lot, but there are other ways and other techniques that are still available to us. And so the idea is let's continue working and really get to a goal of reaching as many residents as possible, as well as workers.
Thank you. That helps. So I was a little lost on it. And I'm a big fan of engagement. So yeah, no other comments.
Okay, so I'll move on to the mobility element. 15, 16, 17 is, does anybody have issues with the changes suggested by Planning Commission on 15, 16, 17? Don't see any hands. Looks like everybody's okay with that. Does anybody have any of their own changes they wish to suggest for the mobility element? Seeing none, I will move on to, looks like, so 18. Looks like public facilities and services go 18 through 22. Ms. Armour.
Just a reminder that we could do a progress motion for the mobility element.
Okay, if that's easiest for you. Would somebody like to, I'll make the motion. Okay, Councilmember Adami.
Okay, well, if you want to make it, but since you acquiesce to me, I'll go ahead and make the motion that we approve item number 15, 16, and 17, the recommended changes to the mobility element.
Vice Mayor Risto.
I'll second that motion.
Any comments? Don't see any. I'll call a question. Councilmember or Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Sapp.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, passes unanimously. So I will move now to the public facilities and services and infrastructure element, which is items 18 through 22. Are there any members of council that have issue with the changes proposed by Planning Commission? I don't see any. Would any members of council wish to propose any of their own changes to public facility services and infrastructure element? Seeing none, I will make a motion to approve the recommendations of 18 through 22 for the public facility services and infrastructure element. Vice Mayor, would you like to second?
I'll second.
Okay, any comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Councilmember Sack?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudes?
Aye.
Mayor votes aye, so passes unanimously. We are on to item 23, which is open space, parks, and recreational element. And it looks like it's 23, 24, and 25. Is any members of council not okay with Planning Commission suggestions for 23, 24, 25? Not seeing any hands. I'll make the motion to approve suggestions 23, 24, 25. Vice Mayor?
I'll second the motion.
Any further comments? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. Vice Mayor Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Sack?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudes?
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. That passes unanimously for items 23, 24, 25. Next is the environment and sustainability element, which is lots of them here. Let's see, 26 through looks like 39, 26 through 39. Do any council members have issue with recommendations by the Planning Commission, items 26 through 39? Councilmember Badami?
Yes, thank you. Staff had made a recommendation of swapping out the word to use the term Indigenous people. So I would like to make the recommendation that we use staff's recommendation in the word swap.
Okay. Councilmember Hudes?
Yeah, with respect to Councilmember Badami, I think that the main paragraph under 39, section 8.8 becomes factually incorrect if you make that swap there. So I know that there are concerns that are being resolved that might help us with this whole section, that work that is going on with. This is some of the impact if we're not acknowledging, by name the actual peoples who populated here. So maybe that's the conclusion we're going to come to on the land acknowledgement, but maybe not. So I would prefer to defer this section until after we work out where we want to go with the land acknowledgement. I just think that we could go in a wrong direction in a sensitive area, and making it generic into Indigenous adds, not only lack of clarity, but actual some factual and incorrect.
Vice Mayor Risto, thoughts on this?
I'm inclined to agree. I do have a question for our town manager or our staff, because I don't know when the work with a consultant will be done, and I don't want to delay the general plan specifically because of it. So I do want to make sure that, I don't know if there can be a placeholder and then an amendment made when we have clarity. I, you know, I would like to acknowledge the correct indigenous tribes. If it's the Muwekma Ohlone, it should be in here. But I don't want to have something in here that we approve that then it turns out it's actually a different tribe. And I do agree that using the term indigenous people is fairly watered down. But when we get to a land acknowledgement, then we'll have the clarity and we'll have something specific that's used on a regular basis. So I'll leave this to the town manager, but I would be inclined, if we know that we're not going to have the information for a period of time, I would rather be vague here and say indigenous people and then hone it more sharply when we have the land acknowledgement.
Thank you.
Town manager, yeah.
And that was one of the motivations, because as we were working on the land acknowledgement and realizing the complexities, you know, in the moment that we were with the Planning Commission, they were all in about acknowledging the Ohlone. And then as we were doing the land acknowledgement, we realized that things were more complex. And you're right, the land acknowledgement work will not be completed in the near future. So we can, we may need to work on this a little bit. I think there are some general things that are probably fine about the Ohlone. But again, it is a sensitive topic. And I think as we interact with the tribes, we want to make sure that our documents don't create hesitancy for more conversation with us. I think the other piece is that the council could say that, we could acknowledge our indigenous past and then add more detail once we obtain a better sense of our own local history from our consultations. So we may have to do additional revisions, and we are allowed to update our general plan 4 times per calendar year. So it could be that when we do the land acknowledgement, we bring a few general plan amendments back to the council at that time. So staff can look at this. I don't think our JEDI consultants are expert in this area, so I would not ask them to review this. But we can do some initial work and see what we can come back with for your consideration on the 30th.
And would it be appropriate, town manager, then to add another program queue to as a reminder to go back and address this?
We can do it that way as well. That's, I defer to community development, Paulson. I know we have a lot of action items here, but if it would be helpful as a way of tracking, that we, maintain a placeholder to better describe our indigenous past, we could also do it that way.
It looks like he's shaking his head that that's okay, I think, if that's the desire of the council. Vice Mayor Risto, your hand is still up.
So I wanted to say that, I think it's really important to me to make sure that we have this written as better framing around the indigenous tribes that should be acknowledged here, that we do that update. So whatever we approve here, I want to make sure that we have an update linked to that. Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, item 2, I'm sorry to go backwards, but there is an item about staff adding additional language about indigenous peoples. So we will probably need to defer that work also and combine it with number 39, if that's the will of the council.
Councilmember Hudis?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where we are on it, but I just think that doing a replace with the word indigenous people makes the paragraph factually incorrect. So I would prefer the approach suggested by the town manager to put in an acknowledgement to our indigenous past, and then to work on the specifics once we have a clearer idea of what we can do.
And Vice Mayor, is that consistent with what you were wanting to do?
I'm good with that. I think putting in weak language is probably not as good as not putting anything specific in right now, and then making sure that we essentially update this element when we have the work done, as opposed to doing a word swap and then having to fix that. So I'm okay with having fewer words right now.
Okay, so let me go to staff and ask them what they think they're going to do on item number 39.
Thank you, Mayor. I would say that for item 39, what we can do is review based on the discussion this evening. And my goal would be that as part of your staff report materials or an addendum for the meeting on the 30th, we would have a summary of the motions that you have made so far, as well as additional information on items like this, where there has been this extensive discussion. And so we could provide a staff recommendation based on your discussion of how that wording might be modified to make sure that it is still accurate and reflects the discussion we've heard this evening.
Okay, so I guess I need a motion that incorporates that action by staff and the approval of items 26 through 38. And if I said it okay, I'll make that the motion. Would somebody like to? Councilmember Badami?
I'll try the motion in that I move to approve items 26 through 38 with staff reviewing 39 for better wording for our consideration at the next meeting on June 30th.
Sounds good. I'll second that. Any further comments? Don't see any. I'll call the question. Vice Mayor Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Sack?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas?
Aye.
Mayor votes aye, so it passes unanimously. We are on to item 40 and 41, which are hazard and safety element. I think we covered some of that earlier, but two more items, 40 and 41. Would any member of council object to Planning Commission suggestions for modifications in 40 and 41? Don't see any. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve items 40 and 41. Would anybody like to second, Vice Mayor?
I'll second it.
Any further comments? Seeing none, I'll call question. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Councilmember Sack?
Aye.
Councilmember Adami?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas?
Aye.
And so item 42, was that covered in our earlier items with
number 10?
Yeah, with items 10 and a couple others there. Yeah. So then we'll go to item 43. So next is the land use element. So rather than going to that, why don't we take a break? It's 9:08. We usually take a break at 9. Give everybody a 7-minute break till 9:15. before we dive into land use, I went through a lot of those elements pretty quickly. So let me go back. So we did approval of the Planning Commission items. Let me double check whether any members of council had any changes they wanted to make on any of those items. I don't see any hands. I actually had a couple of my own that I kind of forgot about, so let me bring them up. On the mobility one, I have an issue with mobility item 11.3, which is page 5-5 of our general plan. And in it, it says SR 17 connection to Santa Cruz. It says SR 17 between Los Gatos and Santa Cruz should not be widened or be converted to a freeway. I agree with the concept that we don't want to build a wide highway all the way to Santa Cruz, but I am concerned that that might be considered broader and not including any kind of localized improvements. So for example, at some point in the future, someone might say it's a good idea to widen to Bear Creek Road, for example, to help get traffic past Los Gatos and up into Bear Creek and Alma Bridge area and so forth. My concern is this implies we wouldn't even want to do that, which I disagree with. I believe that we want to try to keep cars on the highway and out of Los Gatos. So opportunities to improve the highway that gets cars past Los Gatos to such destinations as Bear Creek or Old Santa Cruz off of Alma Bridge could be something in the future that we in the town of Los Gatos might want to do. So I wanted to bring this up with that concern. And I see Councilmember Hudes. Let me see what Planning Manager Armour has to say first.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to provide the context that that actually is directly from the existing general plan. And as we were going through this process for other independent reasons, that language was updated slightly from what is currently there. So that was approximately 2 years ago, I believe, that we took an update to that policy in particular to be the wording that you see in the draft 2040 general plan.
And that's exactly what concerned me, because I know council members in the past have used that wording as a reason why we shouldn't build an auxiliary lane from Lark to 9 to try to get cars past Los Gatos. So I disagree strongly with that position. Again, I agree with the idea we don't want to widen a highway to Santa Cruz to create a lot more traffic, but I do think we should be able to consider highway improvements that get cars past Los Gatos rather than them driving through Los Gatos. Councilmember Hudes, you've had your hand up.
Yeah, I know I missed my own note on that one as well. I disagree with it as it's drafted. I think that, and I've had outreach from many residents on this as something that they felt they disagreed with the former council on this. And so I would be open to some kind of a reasonable approach to trying to keep cars on the highway.
Vice Mayor Risto?
I have mixed feelings about this. I mean, widening roads actually creates more problems, but we have approved widening 17 all the way to Highway 9, I believe, or, the past council did, so that that auxiliary lane can be continued. And frankly, once people are on there to Highway 9, they're not going to get off and go into town. So I suppose the question is, there will always be a bottleneck on 17, and how far south do we want to push it? We'll have no control over whether there's the ability to acquire the land to widen 17, but it sounds like your concern is with this wording that it just couldn't, we would be precluding it. I'm more comfortable with keeping the wording, and if the opportunity comes up or Caltrans proposes something and there's acquisition of the right of way, that we consider a change. But I would be interested to hear from the staff if retaining this wording then actually eliminates any possibility to move the bottleneck further south.
And I would also add that this wording was used as an excuse to not take funds that were offered to Los Gatos to improve our highway. So again, that wording can be used. I mean, I've seen it done. That's why I'm concerned about the wording. Let's see what Ms. Armour has to say.
Thank you. I just did want to refer back to what the 2020 general plan policy used to state. The previous language before it was updated was that Highway 17 should not be widened to provide additional travel lanes south of Lark. So it was very specific about widening for travel lanes. And so the updated language saying that it shall not be widened or converted to a freeway because it no longer talks about lanes is more focused on the right of way that is existing, is my understanding. That it was because of the work that Vice Mayor Risto referenced that this change needed to be made so that those funds could be accepted for those additional lanes.
And if I could go on with my thought, I was going to say we lost Councilmember Hudis. He's just turned his video off. So for example, the current project is going to improve the highway to 9, which should help the flow. But when cars get on the highway at the end of town there near the toll house, that there's no, the merge lane is not that great. So it does slow down highway traffic. So again, that might be an area, I don't know what the future holds, that if you could extend that lane, for example, then you wouldn't slow the highway down as cars were getting onto it there and back them up past Los Gatos, that then encourages people to get off in Los Gatos. So again, I don't know what the future holds, and I don't know what kind of improvements we might decide could actually benefit keeping cars out of Los Gatos. And my concern is this wording. Councilmember Sack?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Mayor Reddy said. Funds were offered to us, and it was very clear. It wasn't, I think it's a difference in opinion. Some saw it as adding lanes, but some of us saw it as modernizing the freeway to allow more efficiency. And so if my request is that we update the language to acknowledge that the freeway at 17 that is adjacent to Los Gatos can be made more efficient without necessarily what we think of when we think of adding lanes. And I don't know how, if staff wants to do that, if they want to consult with VTA, but there have been opportunities that our old state senator was offering to us that with the 2020 language prohibited us from taking. So I just want to be mindful of that and echo the mayor's sentiments and recollections.
And let me start with Mr. Paulson next. You are still muted. Please start again.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So we actually worked pretty closely with the former Director Morley because we did want to modify this language to provide more opportunity. The way I read the language currently is, prior to considering travel lanes, we need to look at other efficiencies. So the outcome of that may be that there aren't any other efficiencies. So now we can look at travel lanes. So I see it a little bit more flexible, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't make it even more flexible at the council's direction.
Councilmember Hudis?
I mean, I'm concerned that we have one of the most dangerous stretches of highway with completely inadequate on-ramps and off-ramps that don't meet code. We have bridges, overcrossings that are too low that have resulted in accidents that have disrupted traffic on our surface streets. I really question us putting restrictions in there. I understand efficiency, but I also think safety is a big part of what is wrong with that highway. And for us to do things that may have some other goal in mind, but frustrate our ability to improve the safety and the time spent on the freeway by our residents, I think are things that we need to correct that.
Vice Mayor Risto.
I have a lot of faith in Director Morley, and he certainly was on the VTA TAC. He understood what he was saying. I don't have a problem with changing some of this language. I will say that we probably don't need to put in the words that it can't be converted to a freeway, because I think once you get south of Los Gatos, it can never be a freeway. As you head into the Santa Cruz Mountains, there isn't another route to get to homes. There's actually literally driveways that come right onto Highway 17, and turning that into a freeway, among a variety of things, would preclude cyclists, and you can't do that. You can't tell somebody where they live they must drive a car. And so I think that 17, as it goes over the mountains, will never be a freeway. So I don't think we have to bother saying that. And then in terms of unintended consequences, I would be hesitant to retain any kind of language that could stop us from getting funding from doing something. I know that, we had to make an amendment to the general plan so that we could get the 9 interchange modernized, and that is slowly in the works. If that wasn't seen as a barrier or pushed it down the list, with review by staff and maybe our town attorney, to make sure that we allow flex lanes.
Vice Mayor, you broke up quite a bit there. I'm not sure we captured everything.
Changes.
It looks like you're freezing and thawing and freezing and thawing.
Okay, I'll switch to a hotspot. I'm good with whatever's decided.
I would like to make a motion to ask staff to work on a little more language along the lines of what Councilmember Sayak had suggested. That we want to leave room for improving efficiency and safety of the highway in there. So I'll make that motion if that's okay with staff to give that to you. Would anybody like to second? Councilmember Hudis?
Second.
Councilmember Sack, you wanted to add, or you're okay? So I will call the question on that. Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto?
Aye.
Mayor votes aye. That passes unanimously. Okay, so I did have another one I wanted to bring up on the environmental and sustainability element. This is page 8-3, 8-13 of our general plan, and under ENV 10-.1, there's some bullets in there, and I was wondering, it's focusing on moving towards zero waste, I was wondering if we wanted to try calling out more a reduction in encouraging a reduction in packaging and a reduction in microplastics getting into the environment. If we could put something like that in a bullet, does that make sense to staff if we did something like that?
We can definitely look into that and come with some language in response to that.
Okay, I just wanted to enhance that item. Is other council members have objections to doing that? If not, I'll make a motion to ask staff to work on adding one or two more bullets on E&V 10-1 that encourages reduction of packaging and keeping microplastics out of the environment. Councilmember Badami.
Second.
Okay, any further comments? Seeing none, I will call a question. Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
And Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, and so that passes unanimously. I have one more that I wanted to bring. Well, maybe I have more than one more. Another one I wanted to consider is in section 8 on page 8-33. You have an implementation program that's in Nancy. It talks about solar implementation in Los Gatos. It talks about incentivizing rooftop solar on new construction, parking facilities, and so forth. I wanted to insert the word "and storage" in there. In today's world, when we add just solar to the grid, we end up with more power in the middle of the day when we don't really need it. Working with Silicon Valley Clean Energy, I can tell you what we really need are people, when they add solar, is to also add storage so that they can effectively shift getting their batteries filled when it's green and cheap, and then used or put back on the grid if they're in a program in the evening when it's needed. So I'd like to add, incentivize installation of rooftop solar plus storage. Vice Mayor Risto.
If that's a motion, I'll second it.
Okay, sure, I'll make it a motion. I have a second. Other comments? I'll call the question. Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
And Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
And Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. Sorry, I'm trying to move to see if I have other questions at the same time. So that passes unanimously. Do any council members have other items in the elements we already covered they wanted to bring up? And give me just a sec. I marked one more place, but I'm not sure what it was I was trying to add. I think I'm going to skip that one. So I'll go back to our list now from the Planning Commission, and we were on item number 43. I suspect that council is going to want to make some of their own changes in this section. Do we want to start? Let me try to see if the items that are in the changes here are okay first, if that works or not. Not sure how this is going to work. So we have items 43, 44, 45, 46. Does it make sense to say we're okay with those items? Mr. Paulson.
I would just offer, Mayor, that 46 is specifically related to a modification to density for the North 40 specific plan. So that might be better discussed in.
Thank you. I was reading
53.
quickly. That's helpful. So let's look at 43 through 45. Are all of those suggestions okay with council members? Okay. It looks like it is. I'll make a motion that we accept items 43 through 45. Vice Mayor,
I'll second that.
any further comments? I'll call a question. Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
And Councilmember Hudis.
I'm sorry, I need another minute to look at
Sure. Don't want to rush you, just want to find the right amount of time.
Yeah, no problem. I had to close the document and reopen it. Couple more clicks. Aye.
Okay, and the vote, the mayor, I guess I didn't vote yet, so the mayor votes aye. So that passes unanimously. Rather than going to 46, I think maybe we'll go to a discussion of council member desired changes. And I will kick that off, maybe myself with my first thought. I would like us to take the LDR density back to the original density that's in our current general plan. I'd like to create another LDR density with whatever name you want to give it for our community place districts. So all of the LDR that is in the community place districts that are drawn, make those the current proposed 1 to 10 LDR density. So let me see if I can repeat that. LDR, take LDR back to the original, which I believe is 0 to 5, and then make a new designation where we replace the LDRs that are in our community place districts, which I hope everybody knows what I'm talking about, and let those LDRs be the 1 to 10, or let's say 1 to 10. I think originally was talking about 1 to 12. And the reason I say this is I would like us to go back to the original focus that the council approved, which was to focus growth around our community place districts. The idea being that growth in these areas will be easier on our infrastructure, easier on our traffic, more opportunities for people to be able to walk to services, easier on the environment, going to be less water usage when it's denser housing only instead of spreading density around. So my thought was, again, allow density to increase in these areas where people can walk to services in these community place districts. Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I mean, between by right ADUs and SB9, I think we will have some increases in some of our low density areas. And so I agree with your changes. I guess one question I have is, when you say increase the density in the LDR at the community place districts, do we have a diameter around a center there? Or how do we define how far out around the community place district? Or is it within the boundary of the community place district that you're talking about?
So my what I just proposed was within the boundary, which is actually pretty small. I think you could extend it outside of that, but that starts to get to be a longer conversation, but I'm willing to go there. I think some of the areas just outside of these community place districts would also benefit from increased density because they're easily walking distance. But I'm leaving that up for further discussion. My initial thought was definitely within the community place districts, there are LDRs and we should increase those to, I call them LDR plus, whatever.
Okay, yeah, so to continue, I mean, my feeling would be a quarter mile is pretty walkable. Outside of that, most people don't like to walk. So I don't know if staff can give us feedback on what that would change or what that would do, or if that's something you can tell us tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember. Referencing the maps in the community design element that actually shows which parcels would be included and which would not is definitely a clear way to make a recommendation. However, we could work with the consultants to see about doing an expansion beyond that. We do have Brent Gibbons from Mintier Harnish here with us. And he may, I'll invite him to join us, turn on his video if he does have anything to add in terms of the feasibility of expanding it beyond what is currently shown on the maps.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Armour. And council, it's good to be with you tonight. If we were to expand to the quarter mile, if you look at the community place district map, there will start to be overlap. They will all start, in some areas, they'll start to blend and start to connect. So those are just some things to consider when looking at expanding beyond those boundaries. Those community place districts were developed with the GPAC and have defined parcels that fall within them. We can definitely take a look at looking outside of a quarter mile. When we start to have a defined boundary, it is easier to provide future land use data within. So if you stick to a boundary, that is simpler. But we can definitely work with town staff to provide a few options for you at the next meeting.
So we effectively maybe would be asking to extend the boundary in certain areas.
Correct. I think a recommendation would be to expand the boundaries by a quarter mile to allow more parcels to be included, so that there's defined areas. Because a quarter mile, if you draw a circle, it's going to include every parcel. So it's actually going to end up being larger than a quarter mile in some areas, depending on which parcels it covers.
Okay, Vice Mayor, if that's okay, I think we should check in with other council members and see how amenable they are to these ideas. If I go to Council Member Hudes.
Thanks. The first suggestion, I'm not even sure if those changes have been studied in the EIR. So I would need quite a bit more information to be able to understand that. And then secondly, I am still struggling with the term community place districts. I find the meaning to be ambiguous and unclear. Is it a place to go? Is it an attraction? Is it a park? Does it derive from the term placemaking, which I find to be city planner jargon that has no meaning for our residents? So I think that there have been some suggestions to call them, well, community growth district. That would help me get my head around the concept of what we're trying to do with them. But I have severe concerns about the term for them. I think that it doesn't help our community understand what we're trying to do. I think it obscures what we're trying to do. And so I would need a lot more before I could even begin to engage on that suggestion. I think there's probably something there. It's just, for me, I need to understand it a lot better.
Would staff or the consultant wish to talk to any of those points? And I could add that I think in San Jose, instead of community place, they call them opportunity zones.
I can jump in and just say that as Councilmember Hudis mentioned, there was extensive discussion of what the appropriate name was. Initially, when the GPAC took a look at the community place districts, the title, there was concern about what does this term mean? Does it fit with what we're going for? The opportunity areas was a term that was considered as we were looking at the framework, the alternatives framework, but seeing as how this became more about community design, we recommended a change to the term so that it would be community place districts. Yes, it is connected, this placemaking concept, but it also, they considered a number of different possible names, and in the end, the majority of the GPAC was at the end of the process in support of keeping the name community place districts. There was also some discussion at the Planning Commission level of alternative names, and they decided to continue forward with the community place district. So other names are possible, or clarification within the document also possible.
Okay, Councilmember Sayak.
I'm wondering if Planning Manager Armour or even Mr. Gibbons, if it would be helpful. I do agree that there are many that don't understand what this means. And I'm wondering if it might be useful if we take one example in our general plan and walk through what exactly, like, I think we have the document, we all understand, but it might be helpful if you take one example and what does that mean if we're going to do an LDR swap? I'm putting you on the spot, but I think if you could put, like, I'm looking at the very first one in front of us, the downtown district, or actually there's a couple, like, what exactly does that mean if we were to do the swap that the mayor's requesting?
So downtown district doesn't make any sense because there's no LDR in it. Let me suggest you look at page 4-25, which is the Los Gatos Boulevard district, has yellow LDR all over it.
Page 4-25 of the general plan?
Yes, please. So within that, you see orange, which is, I think, medium density. You see lots of yellow through it, and then some other commercial type ones. And my suggestion is the yellow that are within that district, allow those to increase in density to allow the duplex idea, basically. And again, the idea being, these are areas that are where people can easily walk to services or ride their bike very easily to services. If we have to add people, let's put it in a place where it's going to minimize the impact on infrastructure.
Okay, so if through the mayor, so if I understand correctly, so we have the low density residential within the Los Gatos Boulevard district. And so you're saying that will still remain as low density residential, or it'll change to a different LDR?
I was suggesting we create another zoning definition that's LDR plus, or maybe we shouldn't call it, maybe we should call it, I don't know, give me another name so we're not confused.
Through the mayor, you might, we've got a low density residential designation. We've got a medium density residential designation. We could have a low medium density, residential designation, just something that's right in between them for those areas that currently have a low density residential designation, but are within either the description that was initially given within these community place districts, or could be within some radius. One item that you did point out is the fact that the downtown district is just the commercial designation in that area. So there wouldn't be any changes there unless the motion included an extension to include parcels within a quarter mile.
Councilmember Sack, you're still up if you like.
Yeah, and so the idea being that if we created a new LDR, then that then further provides, I guess I'm trying to understand. So it just creates another LDR for what purpose?
To allow more missing middle housing of the duplex or fourplex type.
Okay.
I think Vice Mayor Risto, I'm going to let her speak. I think she'd like to help out on this.
Right. I think what you're saying, and so there is no impact on the EIR, is that what was approved was increasing the density in the LDR across the board. And so that's already been studied. And so what we're doing is potentially stepping back from that and saying, let's go back to the old LDR designation throughout town, except in the community place districts. I think that's what I'm hearing you say, Mayor. And if we do that, there may be consequences to what the housing element is studying right now, but there are no consequences to the environmental impact, because if we've studied a much larger number or more density, then decreasing density is not a problem. Am I correct, staff?
You're correct.
Yeah, I would take an opportunity to look at that. I mean, I'm just curious to know if it might impact traffic patterns or something of that nature. I'm not sure.
Okay. But I do like the idea that we're not going to increase density in the LDR across town, especially in places that are not right in our community place districts. I think where we really want to do the density is at those services that are close by, walkable, et cetera, and not in some neighborhood islands that someone's going to get in a car regardless, and now we're going to add density there. We're already going to have density presumably added as people add ADUs or do SB9 splits where that applies. So I support the mayor's position of potentially stepping back from increasing that density in the LDR, but for the areas in the community place districts, having that LM designation that is the density that the planning commission approved.
Okay.
That's not too confusing.
It's clear to me. Let me go to Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. I support the concept. I mean, this type of housing should be placed close to commercial areas, service areas, walkability. However, I don't have enough information here on the fly to make a decision. I need to fully understand all the ramifications. And I'm not quite sure how it impacts all of the designations and the numbers that might be achieved because of that. The other comment I want to make has to do with the name of the districts. I was on the GPAC for the last 7 meetings and listened to the Planning Commission hearings about the name for the districts, and it came up with the community placemaking that won by a consensus vote. But I was not in favor of that. I also found it to be confusing. I know the city of San Jose with their opportunity areas that they've determined that those opportunity areas proved that trying to place missing middle housing in those areas was not going to be economically feasible. But back to naming these particular districts, I would just like to throw out that the city of Santa Clara used the term focus areas. But I don't really agree with the community placemaking. I really find downtown to be our placemaking district, and I can't see that happening in other areas of the community with the events that I described earlier, such as holiday parade, promenades, jazz on the plaza, etc.
Okay, Councilmember Hudes.
Thanks. And yeah, I agree that another designation that covers small multi-unit housing types would be a benefit, but I'm still not sure, coming back to Councilmember Sayak's, what are we trying to solve for here? And I think this is sort of the path that the GPAC and the Planning Commission went down, that ended up with something that was very disconnected from that. So I would think that before we make the kinds of suggestions and do the analysis on them, that we get some sense of where we're going for this. Are we going for, and actually the town manager pointed this out in the first meeting, or the second meeting with the Planning Commission, that the job is to understand what is the total capacity, and then to make, in my mind, once you've decided what that is that you want to achieve, then you make zoning changes or housing type changes or density changes to try to reach that. But this was the way that we went down with the GPAC, where the chair of the GPAC ended up saying, I never knew what we were voting on. I never knew that what the number was that we were creating until after the fact. And so I'm a little concerned about this until the council does its responsibility and seriously says, what is the total capacity that we're trying to achieve? And then we can look at ways of doing that. The other point, and I'll just make it a minor point because I know this has come up as well, is that this term missing middle, I think we need to have a conversation about that term because it doesn't really describe a housing type as all the others in that category do describe something. So, you know, to say that we're going to do this in order to get missing middle, it's, you know, into a on top of that, into a community place district. Just I'm just lost with that, and think that the council needs to be more clear with our residents and what we're doing.
Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. I'm glad Councilmember Hudas brought up the terminology of missing middle, because I have a lot of concerns with that. If you think about it, most of the recommendations from the Planning Commission focused on the concept of missing middle housing. And that includes at the April 7th Planning Commission meeting that staff had proposed discussion of potentially removing the concept contingent on any recommendation by the Planning Commission to reduce the proposed low density residential designation consistent with the 2020 plan. That did not happen. So if you think about it, missing middle, let's call it for what it is, small unit, multifamily housing. Putting it in low density residential areas does not necessarily make it affordable or feasible due to the high costs of our land and the cost to develop. So if you think about it, by name, missing middle is trendy, it's misleading, and it's basically a concept. So I would, at the very least, recommend replacing the term missing middle with small multi-unit housing throughout the land use element. I think it better describes the focus.
Would you like to make a motion out of that?
Yes, I move to replace the term missing middle housing with small multi-unit housing throughout the land use element.
Councilmember Hudas?
I will second, and I agree. The problem is that the word missing is a judgment about whether we have it or not, or whether we should have it or not. It's not at all descriptive. In fact, you know, having read now a book about it and other things, I view it as a marketing term from developers to make something more attractive without describing what it is. So I think small multi-unit housing, if that was what was proposed, is much more descriptive of the housing type. Whether it's missing or not, we'll decide depending on how much we think we should have and where we should have it.
let me check in with staff. Do you have any concerns with changing the wording?
Thank you, Mayor. No, we're comfortable with name changes. That's perfectly fine. I think, the discussion at Planning Commission was, for the low density residential, which is the majority of in your current proposal, would go back to the original. Missing middle wouldn't be viable in that density range. So we would probably just make sure that we, depending on what happens with the medium density residential, figure out what that density is. And again, whether it's going to be viable. We've had some initial conversations with our consultants, and 10 dwelling units per acre was kind of the bare minimum, and we're not sure that ultimately will be feasible, but it does provide more opportunity. But we're comfortable with any name changes for whether it's the districts or this product type of what's currently called missing middle.
Councilmember Sack.
So I'm gonna, moving forward, I guess I'm gonna be a little bit more cautious because I want to make sure whatever we call it, there's a certain target that we're trying to achieve through the density and I believe through financing. And so by changing names or even the density, are we in any way somehow changing the way these are going to be financed so that we can actually achieve this type of housing that we're looking for?
I wish I could give you an answer on the finance, but you're really talking about, 2 to 4 units on these lots at a max, depending on how large the lot is. So, it would be traditional financing. It's not going to jump into the realm of like 100% affordable development, where they're really dependent on, kind of those state and federal programs that are out there that let them get tax credits and things along those lines. So these would be, I would assume, more traditionally financed unless Ms. Pavetti or someone else thinks otherwise.
Okay, thanks.
And I was just trying to find the diagram in here that has the missing middle and shows the housing types. But I think if you say small multi-unit housing, small is subjective anyway, that it still works for that diagram, I would guess. So I have a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and call the question. Councilmember Sack.
I believe I'm going to vote aye. I guess I guess the reason why I hesitate is I'm coming in with studying a certain amount of things, and I just want to make sure I don't have unintended consequences. I guess that's why I'm hesitating. But understanding that we're just describing the housing, then I vote aye.
Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
I have no idea how we define small, but I'll vote aye.
Councilmember Badami.
I'm going to vote aye, but I just want to make a comment that there's another policy in this land use section that encourages the development of units 1,000 square feet or less. So I would say that looking at that diagram, small could be something 1,000 possibly or less, but I most definitely am an aye on this.
The mayor will vote aye, and so that passes unanimously. Let me try a motion on the one that got this started. So I'll make the motion to ask staff to come back next time on the 30th with the implications of my desire to revert LDR back to our old definition and come up with a new definition, which maybe we're calling low/medium, to be used in the community place districts. It sounds like we may, so we may want to change the name of that, but let me stop the motion there and then worry about the name afterwards. Would anybody like to second my motion? Vice Mayor Risto.
I will second that.
Other comments? I'll call Councilmember Hudis. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a concept that I can support, but I have a long way to go before I can understand what we're talking about and how it relates to the total capacity. I really think that that's the starting point, not the end point, and that's the opposite of the way this process worked with the Planning Commission and with the GPAC. So it's okay to do the work on it, but I think that without understanding where we're going, I'm not sure how far we're going to get.
And so I would add that would be part of what I'm asking staff to do is provide that kinds of information. I would encourage Mr. Hudis to send other additional pieces of what you need to understand to staff well ahead of the 30th, so they can provide other information as needed. Councilmember Sack.
Thanks. And following those lines, what I need, I'm going to vote aye because I think it's good information to get back, but I want to see the opposite of, I'm not more concerned about capacity, but one of the principles I know that the GPAC was following, as well as Planning Commission, was trying to spread out where growth is so that we weren't always just limiting it in certain areas, and feeling that the entire town should feel like I'm not explaining it correctly, but if one of the principles is to allow growth throughout the town versus limiting it in certain areas, does this inhibit that principle? I guess is what I'm going to ask staff to look at as well. Thanks.
And I'm not sure we all agree with that principle. Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about in terms of where are we going. And I think that there will be some conflict between some principles, but I think it would be valuable for us to look at that and say, okay, for equity purposes, I'd rather come down on the side of spreading rather than concentrating, or along those lines. The principles that we should use for making these important decisions. We started this process at the detail and then tried to figure out whether it was right or not. And I think we found out that a lot of residents didn't like it. So I think it would be better not to start the process over, but to introduce some criteria by which we can make good decisions. And one of them, I think, is getting agreement on the total capacity that we're trying to solve, as the town manager pointed out.
Okay, let me go to the other area that we were stuck on, which was calling them community.
Mayor?
Yes.
Do you have a final vote on that motion?
Sorry, you're right. I don't think I actually called the question, so I'll go ahead and call a question. Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
And Councilmember Sack.
Aye.
Mayor votes aye, passes unanimously. So let me go back to the concern about the name of what we're calling currently the community place districts, I believe it is. It sounds like, do we want to try to come up with what we want, or do we want staff to work on a new name? Councilmember Hudis.
I think that Mr. Rosenberg came up with a suggestion that to me is more descriptive, and that's community growth districts. And in his letter explaining that, he explained that these were places where growth additional growth could reasonably occur, but he also explained that there was a community concept that was part of that. And so I would suggest that's not bad terminology and refer back to the letter that he sent.
Thoughts from other council members on that? Vice Mayor Risto?
You know, having been on the GPAC, you know, we went round and round. I think there's probably not one name that's going to make everyone happy. I think as long as it has the word community in it, clearly we're going to grow. To me, what I liked about Place District is it sort of explained why we were there. You know, it's there around shopping centers where there would be services and other things. I would say that there is placemaking at shopping centers. I've certainly been to King's Court where Lunardi's is. They have the Christmas trees every year that kids decorate. I was at a concert and a car show at Cornerstone Shopping Center. So, you know, I think any of those things can happen, but frankly, I don't care what the name is, as long as we understand that we're going to create growth around there and it works in our document. So I do think Ryan Rosenberg made a good case for it, and I'm fine with it. I mean, we had so many different opinions and so many ideas about what the name could be. I think as long as it works for somebody being able to look at the general plan, understand what's going on, and read it, and there's nothing about the title that inhibits the growth there, I'm fine with it.
So would you like to make a motion out of that?
I think I'll let
Mr. Hudis Mr. Hudis, would you like to make a motion out of that?
Sure. I move to rename community place districts to community growth districts.
Councilmember Badami?
Okay.
I second that.
Okay. Motion and second. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, passes unanimously. Okay, we beat on that for a while. What other fundamental changes to land use would council members like to propose? Councilmember Badami? Or is your hand still up?
No, it's a new hand.
Okay, good.
So under the land use element, LU-3.5, I would recommend removing it. I really don't think it's appropriate to advocate displacement of single family homes. And along with that, it's LU-1-3, housing adaptation. How do we encourage this? And why would we want to adapt existing residential units to support multifamily use? It's kind of a displacement risk to our single family neighborhoods. And then I'm going to have a third item, but we can start with those two if you like.
Can you give me the numbers again? The first one was 3-5?
Yes.
And the second one?
1-3.
Okay, Vice Mayor Risto?
Thank you. I actually have no problem with removing some single family housing. In the time that I've lived in Los Gatos since 1987, I've constantly watched multifamily housing be removed for single family housing. So there would be homes that had been converted into, they look like single family homes on the outside and had anywhere from 2 to 4 rental units inside of them. And just on my own street, there were 4 different homes that had supported renters that got turned into multi-million-dollar single family homes. I think that decreases. I would like to see it go back the other way a little bit. And I know that especially downtown, there are apartments and fourplexes on almost every single street in the Almond Grove. And so we know that that exists. We know that it works. And I think it's a great thing to have inclusionary rental housing in single family neighborhoods. There's a long history of single family zoning excluding people. And so I think this is a very good policy.
Okay, other council member thoughts? Councilmember Hudis? You're still muted.
I think the LU that says that we're going to eliminate or minimize single-family housing is misplaced. I think that the state has already done that for us, and I do not hear that at all from the majority of residents. There may be some, but I don't think that direction. So I am supportive of what Councilmember Badami was proposing.
So if nobody, let's turn, if Councilmember Sack, you'd like to comment on this then?
So if, could you direct me again to, so where exactly the verbiage is that we're going to, there's proposed changes?
So it's section LU 1.3, which is on page 3-6 of our general plan. And it basically says housing adaptation, encourage the adaptation of existing residential units to support multifamily use. We'll eliminate that. And then on page 3-15, no, wrong page. 3-14, there's LU 3.5 says shift in housing types, encourage development of missing middle and higher density housing types instead of new single family development. Eliminate that is the, I don't have a motion yet, but that's the proposal. So while we're thinking about it, Councilmember Badami, would you like to turn it into a motion?
Yes. So I move to remove LU-3.5 and LU-1.3 from the land use element of the draft 2040 general plan.
Councilmember Hudis?
A second.
Councilmember Sack, have you had enough thinking?
Yes, I see. So I'm looking at my notes and I actually didn't have any concerns with the current language. So I'm comfortable keeping it as is and so would be voting against it.
Okay. I will call the question then. Councilmember Sack?
No.
Councilmember Dami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto?
No.
Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
So I'm really on the fence on this one. I'm going to vote no also, I think. And I think the reason I vote no is I actually kind of like 3-5. I could get rid of 1-3, but I think I like 3-5. Councilmember Hudis?
I move to strike 1-3.
Do I have a second for that motion? Councilmember Badami?
Second.
Okay, would anybody like to make further comments? I'm assuming Councilmember Sack's hand is up from before, so I will call the question. Councilmember Sack?
I'm going to vote no.
Councilmember Badami,
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Aristo,
No.
and the mayor will vote aye. So passes 3-2. And I guess I didn't announce the last vote failed on a 2-3. So that's the elimination of LU 1.3. Councilmember Badami, you have further suggestions?
I do. So one of the things that concerns me about this draft plan is that it's supposed to be a refinement of the existing general plan from 2020. So what really concerns me is the removal of the first and foremost goal, and that was to preserve, promote, and protect the existing small town character and quality of life within Los Gatos. I don't see that anywhere in this plan. There's no refinement of this goal. It's actually been eliminated. So I don't know how we could add that back in, or if we tried to do that, it would just be out of place. But I think it needs to be acknowledged or recognized somewhere in there.
Would that be a guiding principle, maybe? No, I don't think so. Does staff have a suggestion where that would be added back in?
Well, I can note that small town character and the community's pride in the small town character is a part of the vision statement. So that is there, even if it is not called out as a particular goal in the land use element. There is also reference to small town character or small town charm in a number of places, including the introduction to the community design element, putting that up right at the front of that element, though it isn't in a particular goal or policy.
Councilmember Hudis?
Yeah, I just would like to maybe get a little bit of enlightenment. I believe that was a goal previously. And so there must have been some reason to remove it in consideration. And so is there something offensive about it, or is there something that is inhibiting diversity, equity, and inclusion, or something like that, that made that such a target to take out something which I think you could get a very high percentage of people in Los Gatos, particularly those who have put their savings and invested in the schools and their children into that as a land use goal. So I would love to hear a little bit more background about why that was removed, because I think that was a key part. That was one of the, was that the first one? It was one of the important ones.
And now, Councilmember Badami, did you want to go?
Oh, I just wanted to point out that it was LU1 in the 2020 general plan, the very first one.
Okay, thank you. That was actually going to be one of my questions. Does staff have any context on why that was removed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I can speak to that some. So the goal LU-1 from the 2020 general plan states to preserve, promote, and protect the existing small town character and quality of life within Los Gatos. And a lot of the discussion from the GPAC about the existing general plan, in particular, with the discussions that occurred in the summer of 2020 and the creation of the racial, social, and environmental justice element, was a concern about language that talked about being protective of different elements and limiting, because the work really was looking to allow additional housing, finding ways to incorporate that within the town. They were very specific in maintaining a reference to small town character in the vision. That was clearly important to the community, to what was important to the community. but having a goal that is so focused on preserve, promote, and protect, rather than moving on to language about compatibility and working within the fabric, was a target that they were working towards. And so extensive conversations, but those were kind of the direction they went, that led to removal of goals like that one. That the term small town character was limiting to those other goals.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hudish, you still have your hand up?
I do. It's just another hand. I feel strongly about this one because this has been the theme of the 300 plus emails that I've received, is that people do value this, and they view that SB 9 is a taking, in that they both financial and they don't appreciate the town doing more of the same. I think that adding a robust social justice element is a step in the right direction. I think that eroding this aspect in the land use is a step in the wrong direction, and frankly a step away from, again, what the vast majority of residents want to see here. So while I think the sentiment was a good one, I think it's being addressed in other ways, and I think it can be addressed in more tangible ways of actually developing affordable housing rather than pretending that we are. So, I think that there are better ways to accomplish that without creating such a departure of what is so important about this town. So I'm fully in support of restoring that goal.
Councilmember Sack?
So I think going back to some of Councilmember Hudis's guidance in the past, like what are we trying to achieve? And I think if it's strictly with architecture, I think we can focus on architecture and we can focus on design. But I think when we're talking about our vision and our values, I think the words preserve, protect, it is almost contrary to the inclusivity that we're trying to create. And so I give that as a different perspective, because there are some that felt that those words were keeping it so that you were keeping an identity that some people did not feel was welcoming and allowed a new community to enter into Los Gatos. And I think if we are looking at preserving a certain character, if we're looking at preserving some historic natures of our town, that we be specific. But when it comes to our value, our vision, I think opening up and using words that promote the inclusivity that we're trying to achieve was what I believe the GPAC was trying to put in the verbiage in that vision statement.
Vice Mayor?
I agree with what Councilmember Sayak said. I think there was a lot of concern when we talk about preserving and protecting Los and it's really become more exclusive. When I moved here in 1987, it was not crazy expensive. And I think, am I breaking up again?
Yes.
Anyway, I completely concur with Councilmember Sayak, and the GPAC was struggling with the idea that we are not trying to keep the doors closed. We are looking at material changes in terms of affordability and diversity to be more welcoming.
Councilmember Hudis?
It's interesting because my comments about preserving the character, the hillsides, the architecture, the historic nature of the town that actually has been coming from residents, probably 20 of them that I've spoken to, who've only been in this country for less than 5 years and who have selected Los Gatos over Cupertino or Saratoga or other places because they wanted that character and they could have gone elsewhere. And it's not, there are people who are racially diverse and socially diverse and culturally diverse who are seeking that element in our town. So while there may be some who feel the other way, I have to say that the strongest language that I heard about that was coming from folks who were recent immigrants whose English wasn't all that great, but they expressed that quite strongly. And I think you may recall the September study session and then the December study session. A number of them spoke out on Zoom about that specifically. So I think that detracting from that character doesn't solve the issue of affordable housing, doesn't detract from making Los Gatos an attractive place for people to come to. And it's an expensive place, but that's the problem I think we need to be working on, not changing the character of the town because it is truly special. And once it's gone and once it's eroded, it's gone. And then we're just another community with strip malls and with, that's gouged the hillside and other things. So I do think it, and I think it's very relevant to land use. I don't think it only belongs in the vision. So for those reasons, I think that it's an important goal again.
And I tend to agree that it's, I agree with this concept of preserving, our small town feel, but I don't know why, as we become more inclusive and more diverse, we can't also continue to have small town character. I mean, are you saying that you have to be a big city to be inclusive? I hope that's not the case. And I'm wondering if we can write, a goal, for LU1-1 that says something to the effect, while making our town more inclusive and diverse, we'll strive to protect, the small town feel and our hillsides and historic districts, however you want to say it. But, maybe we can we can write it that way. So it is saying, yes, we are trying to become more inclusive and diverse. But we think we can do it while preserving our character also. I'm going to go to Ms. Armour.
Thank you, Mayor. As you continue with this discussion, I did want to point out that a number of the things that are being discussed as elements that are important to preserve are included in goals and policies in other chapters. One of the important things to remember when looking at the land use element, we often get very deep into it, but this is a full general plan. And so we have multiple goals and policies that address historic preservation in different ways. We have multiple goals and policies that talk about protection of the hills and preservation of the hillsides and the hillside views and development there appropriately. And as I said, we do have reference to small town character in the vision. And so it is, I would say, an important thing to consider what preservation of the small town character means. If it's architecture, then it may be more appropriate in the community design element. If it is a particular land use, then in the land use element, that may be the appropriate location. If it's preservation of hillsides or preservation of historic, then it may be more appropriate in other chapters as well. So just some suggestions to add to the conversation.
Councilmember Hudis?
I think those are good suggestions, but I also think that it's key to land use because that is so central to people's aspirations for coming here and aspirations to make this community the one that they want to leave to their children as well. So if the land use changes such that areas are essentially raised and you lose the ability to have the type of small town character that frankly there's just not many, there just aren't. So I really wouldn't want to accelerate any of that kind of a transformation here. So I'm still strongly supportive of putting something into the land use. If the words preserve and protect are the ones that are raising it, perhaps there are other words that could be used to value and treasure, or to perhaps in some way, particularly if the word protect raises a connotation that that of protectionism and of those kinds of things. Maybe there's a better word, but I still think we need to be vigilant and we need to protect, even if that word doesn't quite work, because that's what happens. Little by little, these things disappear and there's no way to get them back.
Councilmember Sack?
I do want to point out that small town character is in the vision statement. And I do like the words that Councilmember Hudis just brought up: value, take pride. Those are more positive words. I just want to make it clear that by being inclusive and diverse, we are in no way saying we have to be a big city. And so I'm not trying to suggest that we are moving away from a small town. I'm just saying that there are certain words that seem to be more prohibitive rather than encouraging. And I like the words of valuing, cherishing. Those are affirmative words of what we believe in. And so I would be supportive of using those types of words in showing our pride and our values in small town character. I think where we get stuck is when you say you're going to protect, well, what exactly does that mean? And I think we've all had the conversation of what are ultimately our goals, and then how do we make our vision statement or our guiding principles reflect that? And so small town character, absolutely, that needs to stay in there. What we value, what we take pride in, what we cherish, absolutely. I want to make it absolutely clear, no one is advocating to be a large city.
Councilmember Badami?
Thank you. I didn't view this statement, I never did, as being prohibitive. So I would be amenable to some type of wordsmithing, but I think this concept or the statement, if we choose to upzone townwide all the low density residential designations, that is going to change the character of our neighborhoods, no doubt. So I view this statement as not keeping anybody out or not being warm and welcoming, but trying to maintain the sense of neighborhoods that have been developed where people bought into this town and made a pact with the town with some type of assurance from zoning that it was going to remain a certain way. So that's my 2 cents. But again, I do like some of the wordsmithing that Councilmember Hudis brought up, value and treasure. Maybe there's some way that we can work with staff to have something worded where it would be acceptable to all the council members, but still keep this value that we all have. It's so contrary to the 50 years that I've been in Los Gatos. It's just, to me, a very drastic change from the 2020 general plan.
Councilmember Sack, is your hand up? New hand? No hand. Councilmember Hudis?
Yeah, I think I'd prefer if Councilmember Badami made the motion, but I would be supportive of making the language a little bit more affirmative, but also containing the concept of preserving what's here. And I think it strongly belongs in the land use section, because that's where the rubber meets the road.
So, town manager, did you want to weigh in here?
Yeah, I really appreciate this conversation, and I was just trying to think, is there another goal that might be the one that gets replaced with this newer concept of cherishing the unique and special attributes of Los Gatos? And just for your discussion, it seems that LU5 on page 3-15 might be the closest way of trying to capture this. So earlier in this discussion, the mayor said, while we are working to, enhance inclusivity and diversity, that we would strive to continue to cherish and value, treasure, our small town character while meeting our required housing needs. This particular goal seems to lend itself to the character that we really treasure, that's super special about Los Gatos, while also acknowledging we're trying to meet our housing needs. So just because I think if we create a brand new goal, then we're going to need policies and action items, et cetera. And this plan's already so big. So I was just trying to think of how can we work with the structure we already have and capture the richness of the current conversation. So that's just for your thought.
And so your suggestion would be to make it like 5-1 under the LU5? Is that your suggestion?
No, that you would basically rewrite LU5. You would rewrite the goal, because I think what I'm hearing from all of you is aspirational. What is it that what is our goal? What are we really trying to do with this plan? And so in my mind, that speaks more of goal language. And it may be that some of the policies that are underneath may need a little bit of adjusting as well. But this goal of maintaining and enhancing a sense of place, I think is another way of saying, let's preserve, or not preserve, but let's treasure and cherish and value our small town character in a way that still meets our housing needs, et cetera. So again, I don't want to put words in any of your mouths, but I just thought if we could focus on how this would fit in the structure of the plan that's in front of us, it might be helpful to all of you.
Councilmember Badami?
Thank you, Ms. Pravetti. That's helpful. When I read this LU-5, I was trying to figure out what did they mean by maintain and enhance a sense of place. I mean, enhancing is going to mean different things to different people. So what I would recommend is that staff work on some alternative language for us and come back with the June 30th meeting for further review and consideration. It allows council members time as well to maybe craft their own wording or do wordsmithing that might reach a consensus of the council members.
Would you like to make that a motion?
Yes. So I move to rewrite LU-5 as a goal, incorporating goal number 1 in our existing 2020 general plan to preserve, promote, and protect the existing small town character and quality of life within Los Gatos by replacing words that might be offensive to some, but to still protect the character. And that's all I have. I'm going to leave it up to staff to come back with some recommendations for us. but I think it's crucial. I don't like this goal being left out at all.
Vice Mayor?
I'll second the motion with the idea that we're going to add, pride and cherish and talk about small town in LU5. I think that's a perfect place to put it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Call the question. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas?
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, passes unanimously. Councilmember Hudas, more suggestions.
While we're on the topic of character, I wanted to turn attention to LU-2, which says provide for an urban fabric that supports a robust housing mix. Goes on. I really don't think that urban is the right word to describe our environment here. And so I'm curious about how that word came in. I think I asked staff about it a year ago, but it did, there are some other places where the term urban is used, urban services. I have questions about those as well, but specifically here, a community would be a better word, but just the word urban seems like we're promoting turning this place into a city. So I questioned that. The word just stuck out to me.
And I'll just comment that it's kind of a term of art for planners. So we apologize. I think it's really about how do you create, and urban services is also a term of art. It means really municipal services to support the level of development. So, and I defer to our community development director and planning manager for any other thoughts if those kinds of changes are possible.
Yes, they're absolutely possible.
Yeah, and I'll just say, being on LAFCO, urban services just mean anything that's part of an incorporated city or town that's not in the county. We use that term all the time, so it didn't bother me, but we could certainly find a different term to mean the same thing that doesn't give the impression to the layperson of a large city. So shall we ask staff to look into suggestions on that? Councilmember Hudas?
I'd be willing to propose that we replace urban with community in that spot, and then in the other place on services that we look into replacing urban services with municipal services.
Do I have a second for that motion? Councilmember Badami?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Any concerns from staff? Don't see any. I'll call the question. Councilmember Hudas?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Sack?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto?
Aye.
Mayor votes aye, passes unanimously. Any further items you'd like to change at this point? We still do have a number of items on the Planning Commission. If we'd like to go back to those soon, I'll start with Councilmember Badami, though. I think you're muted still.
I may have jumped the gun here. I thought we had gone through the recommendations by the Planning Commission, and I wanted to make some general blanket changes impacting the whole general plan. Is this the time to do that, or should we go back?
Let me. I had stopped going through them because I thought land use would kind of distract us. But let me go through and check the rest of them and see whether we can tackle them now, and then we'll come back to you. So we still have item 46, of which is in the land use element to add an implementation program to support a modification of the North 40 specific plan to allow up to 40 dwelling units per acre to be consistent with the land use design on Los Gatos Boulevard. Do we have concerns about that implementation program? Councilmember Badami, your hand is new or still up? Okay, Councilmember Hudes?
I have concerns, beyond concerns. In the discussion about sites, the developer basically focused, and there was a discussion of 13 units per acre. I think that's way off base. So if there were to be any change on the North 40, I would say it should be a minimum of 30 units per acre. And if otherwise, I think that it's perfectly fine to stay with how it is zoned today, which was imposed by a court in order to achieve affordable housing. And that wasn't necessarily the view of the majority of the council, but that's what it is. And so I think that if we can't look at this as a potential to achieve the minimum of what we're required, it makes no sense. So I wouldn't support just an open-ended up to 40. I think it would need to be a minimum of 30.
Okay, Councilmember Sayak?
I guess I don't have a comment. It's more a question of staff. So up to 40, what does that exactly mean? Would it be the minimum would be the 20 that it currently is, and then it could go up to 40, and it allows the developer on other parcels of that area to develop up to 40?
Thank you, Councilmember. The up to 40 was in reference to what the maximum allowed density is in the draft 2040 general plan for Los Gatos Boulevard. So the idea was that this would be an implementation program. So there would be further study about what density might be appropriate in that location, but that it could go up to 40 dwelling units per acre, because that is what's currently proposed in the draft general plan for the other properties on Los Gatos Boulevard.
Okay, but it doesn't set a minimum.
No.
Okay, thanks.
And Vice Mayor Risto?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm a little confused. We don't have a density of 20 units an acre on the remaining of the North 40, do we? I mean, the last housing element specifically chose 13 and a half acres at 20 units an acre, and that was in phase 1. But is there a minimum density on the remaining 20 or so acres of the North 40 or in the specific plan?
Yeah, so the specific plan, thank you, Vice Mayor, does have a density of 20 dwelling units per acre, and that's what we would apply for the remainder of that area. Obviously, even to add additional units at 20 dwelling units per acre is going to require a specific plan amendment because we don't have very many units left. So ultimately, I think it was just trying to get to the point of, if you look at the draft general plan for mixed use, for instance, as Ms. Armour mentioned along the boulevard, it's a range of 30 to 40. So it would meet that minimum. And then the question would be, do we want to go all the way to 40 or do you want to do 30 to 35, for instance? So that would be the discussion. I think that would be helpful if that's, what interests the majority of council.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, if I can continue.
Yes, go ahead.
So, I mean, I like the idea that we're just looking at a motion to try to make this consistent with the rest of Los Gatos Boulevard. And then I thought the rest of the North 40 could be developed with whomever owns whichever acreage through a developer agreement. And so, I think there's only a few housing units left. So there's no possible way it can be done at 20 units an acre right now without changes. So we're just kind of allowing consistency with the rest of Los Gatos Boulevard, but then there will still have to be some kind of agreement made for anything to get developed with more than like a few housing units, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Let me jump in and ask a question. So I think there's some confusion here. So let's say there's 20 acres left on the North 40. But it isn't required to all be housing. If somebody wants to come and build housing, they would have to build it at 20 units per acre. But it wouldn't be all 40 acres. Let's say there was a limit of 100 houses per specific plan. They would then have to basically fill 5 acres at 20 units an acre of houses, and the rest of the acreage would be something else. That's what we mean by 20 units per acre. When you build the housing, it's built at 20 units per acre. Whatever else goes out there is another piece of land that's not part of the 20 units per acre. Am I correct?
That's definitely one way to look at it, for sure. And that's maybe a easy to understand example of, look, if we want 20 units per acre for 5 acres using your 100 unit example, then that makes sense. And then the remainder of the property could redevelop using, commercial square footage.
Right. And I think that's where the confusion has occurred, because there was some talk about developers saying they couldn't get more units out there than a certain number. And so effectively, they still have to build it at 20 units per acre. They would just have some acres that would not be housing. But when we took the average, it became less than 20 units per acre. But the housing itself has to be built at 20 units per acre. Councilmember Hudes?
Yeah, I mean, the developer has signaled what they want to do with it, which is 13 units per acre. That's what, and it would be a grave misuse of the opportunity to get affordable housing built. So I would not be in favor of making any change unless unless it was in the direction of the 30 unit per acre minimum that we're looking for across that type of an area. And it's the minimum for the town as a whole as well.
So currently he can't build at 30 units an acre because it's not allowed out there. The item 46 would have an implementation program to study whether we would allow 30 units per acre. We know that they can build affordable housing because we have affordable housing out there built at the 20 units per acre for all the average of all the housing that's built. So it doesn't mean we can't build affordable housing because the average is at 13. It just means a portion of it would have to be built at a higher density to get the affordable housing. And then a portion of it can be commercial. If you're saying you don't want any commercial out there, we can say that could be a decision of the council that it has to be all housing. Mr. Hudes, you had your hand up though, probably for other questions also.
No, that was just on that one. I'm not sure. Is someone proposing a change, and where's the language on that?
Well, so the language in 46 is to have an implementation program to study increasing the max density that's allowed out there beyond the 20 units per acre. That's the question. We don't have a motion yet.
I'm just saying I would only be in favor of that if it met a minimum of 30 units per acre, because I think the developers headed in a totally different direction.
Okay, would anybody like to make a motion on 46? Vice Mayor Risto?
I move to approve item 46 as written.
Would anybody like to second it? Vice Mayor, Councilmember Sack, I assume you're seconding?
I'll second it. And again, I like adding the consistency to Los Gatos Boulevard.
Any other comments on this? Okay, Councilmember Hudes, your hand is still up.
My comment is I'm concerned about a sweetheart deal for a developer who sued the town to get a certain type of development and did not engage with the town on any real changes that were made along the process. And so I would absolutely not be in favor of any kind of a change that wasn't consistent with the needs and the directions of our community for affordable housing. And I think leaving off a minimum points out that we're headed down a similar path of giving a certain kind of a deal to a developer. And so I am completely not in favor of that. And I think that there's a history of the town doing things that are contrary to what the residents want in the area of the North 40. And I think that this would be another step in that direction.
Okay, so I do have a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and call the question if no other hands. Councilmember Hudes.
No.
Councilmember Sayak.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
No.
And you can't raise your hand yet. We haven't finished voting. And the mayor votes yes, so that passes 3-2. So moving on, we still haven't addressed the community design element. There is items 47 through, does it include 50? 3 says land
Through
use.
52.
52, yeah. 47 through 52 are community design elements. Councilmember Hudes.
I have many questions and concerns and ideas about land use that are completely outside of the ideas that came from the Planning Commission. And I'm wondering if this is an appropriate time to discuss those, or when there would be an opportunity to do that.
Is this related to community design? I was trying to cover the community design elements first.
Oh, before the land use?
Well, we've been doing land use.
No, I'm saying I have numerous concerns about land use and questions.
Do you have any concerns on the community design elements?
A few, but not as many. Although they are somewhat related, I think. I don't know if staff thinks that it would make sense to do them out of sequence. Possibly, I don't know.
Through the mayor, I would add that Planning Commission did do some work on the land use element, and then they moved on to the community design element, and then they returned to some of the parts of the land use that needed additional discussion. And so that could be done here as well if you want to finish going through the recommendations from Planning Commission.
And that was kind of my thinking here is, we're now past 11 o'clock. This way we cover some, I think if we go into land use, we won't get to community development tonight. So community design, I was thinking we cover some community design and then we go back to land use. And then more than likely we won't get all the way through it tonight, and we would continue next time on it. So if I could, let's go to Councilmember Sayak.
Okay, so for 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52, I'm going to omit 51. I have no concerns with those and move to include and approve those.
Okay. Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I second that motion.
Okay. Other comments?
If I could just have a minute to review those.
Certainly.
Again, which numbers?
It's 47, 48, 49, 50, and 52. So it's 47 through 52 minus 51.
Okay, I had a question. And I guess for staff, there seems to have been some increased language about requiring native, non-invasive, or non-fire prone trees. Would that mean that with that require word, would that mean that you couldn't plant a Macintosh apple tree or a Blenheim apricot tree? It does seem a bit strong language in this area. So I'm looking at like 47 and 49.
So the important component in 47 is that it starts out with if feasible. So, and that's specific to street trees. So those would be trees the town generally controls. And looking at 40, I think you said 48 and 49.
In some of the other ones, for example, 49, it has a list of different types of trees or descriptors for trees that the town would be encouraging. It may be that you can't actually manage to do all of these. It's more of a list of the types of things that we're looking for. So not all trees would be edible food producing, but that's one type that that this policy would be encouraging.
Okay. I would suggest replacing the word and with or then.
Okay.
Is that okay with the maker of the motion?
Yes, so.
Seconder?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Hudis?
No.
All right, I will call a question then. Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak?
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, so that passes unanimously, 47 through 52 minus 51. And actually, I'm kind of against 51, that maybe we not accept that item. Any other thoughts from council members? Councilmember Badami?
I would like to include it. We already have 190 implementation programs. I think we could include one more or keep this one in there. We may never get to it with 190, but I think it's a worthy cause.
Okay, Councilmember Sayak?
I'm just not going to vote. I'm going to abstain on that. I know in the past, talking with our town attorney, that could affect my property value, so I'm going to abstain on any motion.
That's probably true for me also. Councilmember Hudis?
I think we've had some governance and conflicts issues on it, and I agree with Councilmember Badami that it's a good concept. It does provide some challenges that are going to continue to be provided, and challenges also about equity in when I looked into it. But I do think in the right circumstance, it can be used effectively to preserve historic structures. And some communities, I think, have done a better job than others in terms of addressing the equity issues. And it particularly applies, I think, where you have a property that is owned by someone in a lower income bracket and gives them some options rather than selling and then having someone come in and either knock it down or ask to remove it from the inventory. So there are some advantages to it. We never overcame the fundamental governance and decision-making processes last time, but I would like to keep it on, recognizing that it could be a challenge to implement, but it could be beneficial, particularly for those with not as much money. It would benefit those with not as much money.
Vice Mayor Risto?
I think with Prop 13, anyone who's owned a home for a long time is not going to benefit from this. So it seems to me that it's basically a subsidy for rich people who are buying a historic home, and we're not giving that subsidy to others. The only way I'd be okay with this is if we designated it for commercial property only. If we're concerned about keeping our historic commercial buildings downtown where those might turn over. But in terms of individual homes, I'm not inclined. Well, we'll see if there's a motion in a second, but I'm not at all inclined. I don't think this actually benefits our town. And in fact, it could impact tax collected on newly acquired property.
And so this isn't actually voting for the Mills Act, it's for voting to study it further, just to be clear. But I tend to agree with the comments you made also. It seems like a subsidy for rich people for the reasons that you mentioned. Councilmember Sack, your hand is probably not up, so I'm going to go to Councilmember Badami.
I was going to try a motion, and that was prior to me hearing the mayor's comments, but I'll try it anyway. I move to recommend that we include Planning Commission recommendation number 51 in the community design element at an implementation program to study implementation of the Mills Act.
Councilmember Hudes.
I'll second, and I would just add that there is some data that is a little bit different than the scenario that was described about it helping rich people. There were quite a large number of homes in a neighborhood in Santa Clara that benefited significantly from this. I think there are things that we could learn by looking at it and being careful not to fall into a trap of it only benefiting one set of people. But there are circumstances, and we do have quite a number of very modest homes that do retain some historic character, even though they're very small. We saw many of them on the Historic Preservation Committee, and some of them were owned by people who had recently purchased them, and it would give them an alternative. So I am supportive of the motion.
And I will support the motion. I'm okay studying it, and as Councilmember Hudes mentioned, looking for opportunities where how it could be structured to benefit the less well off also. I mean, I think people this probably won't be done for a long time, and then we may have new council members by then, and a number of us are in historic districts and may not be able to be included in the discussion, but I'm okay with including this as a possible work item in the future. As Councilmember Dami said, we have a lot of implementation items, so it may not be gotten to soon anyway. So I'll go ahead and call the question. Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
I'm not going to prioritize it, but well, I'm going to vote no.
That can be a form of prioritization. Councilmember Sayak.
Abstaining on this.
And Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
And I'll vote aye. So it passes 3-1-0 with an abstention. Okay, so we have item 53 still, which is a land use item, which is to modify the maximum allowed residential densities in the following ways. Remove residential density from the office, professional, and service commercial designation. Reduce maximum allowed residential density in the low density residential designation from 12 to 10, but we already have a motion that does something sort of different on that. And reduce the maximum allowed residential density in the medium density residential from 24 to 22 dwelling units per acre. Councilmember Hudes, you have your hand up. Thoughts on this one?
Yeah, two thoughts. One is I don't think we should consider this tonight. I think
okay with
that I think that we need to establish where we're going. What is the total capacity that we're trying to solve? Because this is a means to that end. But secondly, I have many questions about the report in the land use area, that some for the consultants and just a number of concerns and questions that would suggest that voting on this at this time, we would not have really explored a lot of the questions behind this. Maybe for those who are on the GPAC, or maybe less so, but there have been numerous questions that I've asked of staff that haven't been answered either in this area.
Okay, let me check with other council members. Is other council members okay if we delay working on this item until our next meeting? I see a yes. A shrug. Councilmember Sack.
I think it would be helpful, though, if there's specific questions that we ask them tonight, so that at the next meeting we could be well prepared.
Yeah, so I think the idea is that we're not going to work on this one tonight, but well, we won't vote on it. But I was going to now open it up. I think Councilmember Hudas had a number of land use questions or items to bring up. Maybe include some of these. So we'll open it up to general land use items again. Or you had I think you also said you had a general overall 1, 2 that maybe you wanted to cover. Councilmember Hudas.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, I think it would be useful for us to talk about exactly what Town Manager Privetti suggested, and that is, what is the total capacity that we're trying to achieve? Because it just seems to be backwards to make all these tweaks to this zone or this housing type or that housing type if we don't know where we're going. And so there are a lot of levers that could be pulled here, but that would be one. That's the overall question I have, Mayor.
Okay. Would any council members like to comment or tip their hand on what they're thinking about for total units, or whether that's important to you? Vice Mayor Risto?
Yeah, I can't say total units. I think, as I was working on the GPAC, one of the things we were looking at, and I appreciate the work of the fellow GPAC members, the staff, the consultants, and the Planning Commission, is to give the council options, to give us an editable document where, we have studied a pretty large potential build out, and we know that we can scale that downward without impacting our EIR. And the question is, how much do we want to scale it downward? I think what's difficult for me is, if we're talking about capacity, we're looking at almost all infill. So we don't know what will happen on individual homes. And I think we just need to make sure we have enough capacity for sure to meet our RENA plus a buffer. And then also to have opportunities where, because there's no net loss, we're going to have backup properties if anything develops below that capacity. So I think, I don't know. I think I want to make sure that we have enough options, and with the review that we have built in now every 5 years to look at our land use, I know that with the rate of development and how hard it is to do construction, we're not going to have a lot built out in 5 years. And so we can look at what's happening and what we have to adjust. So those are kind of my thoughts right now.
Mr. Hudas, your hand's still up? Or
yeah, I was going to comment specifically on an idea about where we could be headed, and and it is one that's amplified by many, many residents, and that is in our general plan to allow for the development of what's needed for the state RENA allocation of 1,993 plus a 15% buffer, making it 2292. And understanding that adjustments may need to be made, but just to remind folks, SB 330 says you can only adjust by by upzoning. You cannot downzone. So that if you make a decision, this 5-year review is a great idea, but if you make a decision, state will not allow that. And I would love staff to comment on that, about whether that's accurate or not.
I can comment on that. This is Gabrielle Whelan, town attorney. The way I read SB 330 is that the town does not have the ability, once it's upzoned, to downzone below levels that were in effect on January 1st, 2018. And so I read that to mean that the town would have the ability to downzone in the future, so long as it wasn't downzoning below the densities that were in effect in 2018.
So Ms. Whelan, I would like to look at that sentence, because that particular sentence I think could be interpreted 2 different ways. And the first part of it indicates that certain downzoning could not occur below 2018, but that others would not. So I'm not sure there's complete agreement on that. I'd really like to delve into that a little further.
Okay, I can do that. The other thing I would offer is that this general plan is intended to last the town until 2040. And so it's intended to allow the town to comply with any RENA allocations that are given between now and 2040.
Again, I would ask, what knowledge do we have about what those RENA allocations will be?
I'm probably not the right person to answer that, but I think that
plan did not have sufficient capacity for the next RENA cycle. Do we have the ability to amend our general plan?
yes.
So my question would be for staff, why would we exceed that number? And the other question I asked is, are other municipalities essentially doubling their RENA allocation in their general plan?
Thank you, Councilmember Hudes. I would actually contest the assumption that we're doubling the RENA. As we described in the staff report, in reality, when you look at the development numbers, I'll start with pages 5 and 6 from the staff report for this evening's meeting, where it takes the recommendation from Planning Commission and breaks down the components of that wouldn't be contributing towards the requirement for RENA. For example, the excess accessory dwelling units, since that's based on a yearly calculation, removes some of those things, or the existing projects that are expected to be building permits issued before the beginning of the next RENA, and compares that to, as you recommended, the RENA allocation plus the 15% buffer. What we calculated based on Planning Commission's recommendation is that number is in excess of the RENA plus buffer by 288 units. So if the town council would like to further reduce the densities in some of the designations, for example, as described by the mayor's motion to reduce low density residential that's outside the community place districts, then we can, work with reductions that go to that 288. But staff would recommend not reducing it further than that, because, excluding the components that can't be part of the RHNA and the housing element calculation, we do want to make sure that we're providing for the RHNA allocation plus 15% buffer.
If I might just quickly respond, I read that analysis of trying to somehow normalize the 20-year general plan to 8-year. It completely misses the point. It is mixing 20 and 8-year numbers when the proposal that I've made is to adopt the RHNA allocation of 1993 plus a 15% buffer for 20 years, not for 8 years, but for 20 years, and then to revise that as we are then provided with additional RHNA allocations from the state. It makes no sense in my mind, particularly since the RHNA process has been significantly challenged by an internal, I believe, Inspector General of the state of California as to the methodology that they've used, and particularly in the face of the fact that while our plan, if you translate the units into people, is a 28% increase in population, and that's how the units add up. While the state of California in the last 2 years and Santa Clara County, the population has declined. So then to project that we're going to have a certain RHNA allocation, and who knows what that is, and we need to build that capacity in the general plan, particularly since there's a challenge about us being able to adjust it downward, just doesn't make any sense. So and it doesn't make sense to our residents. I can tell you that it does. I really have not had a resident who says, I've had residents who say we need to build more affordable housing. Yes, but I haven't had residents say we need to double the allocation that we've received from the state.
Thank you, Councilmember. I actually think we are talking in the same direction. The information that was provided in the staff report and the goal that you've stated of over this 20-year plan, not exceeding what's required for the RHNA allocation, is what we were trying to describe for you. There are a few things that in the calculation of a development table for a 20-year plan are going to be larger than what's actually part of the RHNA. And I'm going to focus just on one example to try and illustrate what I mean by that, which is our accessory dwelling units. Rather than looking at certain zones where those would be located, it's a separate line at the bottom of the development table that just estimates based on the 20-year plan and our current estimate of approximately 25 units each year, that makes 500 units. And so if we're going to do the 500 units for a 20-year plan, that's what we are going to be able to estimate for the housing element as well. And so you really, if you're looking at how much is going to meet the housing element, it really is only going to be 200 of those 500 because it's based on an annual allocation of 25 per year. So we, in this analysis, we weren't trying to accommodate additional beyond this existing RHNA, especially if you did pull it back by that 288 units, then you're just doing for this 20-year plan, you're just accommodating what's already been approved, a annual ADU of calculation of 25 per year, which is based on current development levels, and the RHNA allocation plus 15. And there's this additional 288 units that could be reduced in some areas. So I know we've been describing these numbers from different angles, but hopefully that provides a little more context, helps to connect the way that I've been describing it and the way that you've been describing it.
So Ms. Armour, if I could jump in here, in our staff report on page 60, I guess it is actually the report that was to the Planning Commission. So it's 6 of 14 of the Planning Commission report. And in there you have a little table, and then a little bit below you have several bullets on how the number of units could be reduced. Are you on page with me?
Yes, I'm there with you.
So is the information on that page still relevant? It starts at the top talking about new housing and vacant land. We're at 2763. Is that a correct number? And then we add to that the 200 ADU you just said that's relevant for the RENA cycle. And then you have existing elements, existing project of 75. So for a total of 3,038. Is that what we're currently looking at for our general plan for that? Is that RENA cycle?
So that calculation is based on the recommendation from GPAC. So the draft 2040 general plan before the reductions that are recommended by Planning Commission. So you'll see in the paragraph below that table, it talks about, on the third line, it says that the projected housing development under the general plan is therefore 746 housing units greater than the expected need for the 8-year housing element. And so that 400 or 746 under the recommendation from Planning Commission has been narrowed. That because the total number has been brought down by their recommendations, that now is 288 in excess of what's needed for the 8-year housing element.
That's if we accept item number 56, I think it was, which
If
we
you-
have.
Correct.
And we haven't done that. So if we wanted to do our own, rather than accepting theirs, we could use page 60 to come up with our own way to reduce from 3,038 units.
That is correct. And you do also have the same list of items within attachment 21 of this evening's staff report. In the responses to questions from the study sessions, one of the questions was on kind of this question of how could we bring down the housing numbers? And so it has that same list of options. In addition, it has, if the central business district designation were reverted back to the housing units allowed under the current general plan, the 2020 general plan, that would be a reduction of 76 units. That additional information was provided to Planning Commission in response to a Planning Commission question.
So that would be bullet 7 that we could add here, 76 units if we change our downtown district to what it is now.
Correct. And so Planning Commission looked through these 6 plus that 7th bullet and discussed them and whether they wanted to move forward with those or some variation on what was described there. And so town council can make use of their recommendation or could do something different or a component or start there and make additional changes.
Okay, so our choices are, well, we got lots of choices, but we could take the suggestions in 56 and then go further if we wish, or we could make no changes, or we could make our own plan based on information on page 60 plus the additional information of 76 units if we change back the downtown district. Councilmember Hudes, you wanted to continue?
Yeah, and I think this just illustrates it would be useful to know where we're trying to get to. I would be willing to make a motion on that. clarify that. But then in terms of how we get there and which ones we select, I have 4 questions that I think are important to understand about the what is being counted in the capacity so far. So if it's appropriate, I would be willing to make a motion about the total capacity that we're trying to achieve.
I haven't heard much from the other council members yet. I know they're hesitating. I'll make a couple comments and see if it spurs others more discussion. I tend to agree we want to move it much closer to the 15% buffer. I wouldn't say we have to get exactly to that number. I wanted to say that, if we look at the items that make it go beyond that, there may be some in there that we really want to keep. Let's say, for example, we really like the idea of getting live-work units, and so we want to keep, allowing residential being added in the office areas, for example. That's one of the suggestions. We could remove those units and take the number down, but maybe that's a value we want to keep. And there isn't an easy way to get the other numbers down. So my point is, yes, I want to move to that number, but it's not absolutely a magical number to me. If there's other values we want to include in there. Councilmember Badami, let's give you an opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Yes, you're looking for input from us. So my direction is to keep it at the 1993 RENA allocation as close as it can be, and have the 15% buffer. For me, anything more than that is not likely to produce low income or very low income housing, which is what we need. So that's where I'm at.
Any other council members wish to weigh in? Councilmember Hudis, maybe you'd like to make your motion and see where that takes us?
Sure. So my motion is for our total capacity goal to be 1,993 plus a 15% buffer. And that being a goal, meaning that we may not get exactly there, but that would be a test of whether we're achieving our goal or not. And that we couple that with the ability to and the intention to review that number as we get more information from the state on our RENA allocation, understanding that that number may go up. It's unlikely to go down, but there's some possibility of that, so that we have the ability to review and adjust rather than lock in to a number that is much higher. And by the way, I would point out that the Planning Commission recommendations have taken the number down from about 3,904 to about 3,400. And then that's the motion, to have the goal 1,993 plus a buffer of 15%.
I'm not sure I understand review and adjust, because aren't we going to work on this and then we will vote on a general plan, and then how do we review and adjust after that? I'm not sure what that meant.
There's a review cycle that's part of the implementation plan, which is a 5-year review cycle.
Okay, that review. Okay,
and because RENA allocations occur on an 8-year review, we may need to, we may not get it right when we do the 5-year review. Will be a lot closer, but we may have to postpone that by 2 years or something when we get the RENA numbers.
Okay, Councilmember Badami.
I second the motion.
Councilmember Sack.
I wanted to go back to something you said, Mayor, where you were talking about live work. and doing some analysis of some of the values that we want, like some of the housing that we want to make sure is not cut as we're looking strictly at numbers. And so if we were, and so this is where I'm going to ask staff to weigh in. If we were to look at the GPEC's work, they looked at the different LDR, the land use designations, what made sense to them. And I want to acknowledge that they actually looked at a couple of areas, thought about the different types they wanted to preserve, such as like the fourplex, and then asked staff to figure out with our current acreage in town, where realistically we can make sure we keep those prototypes. Like, I like that type of analysis that they did that was focused more on the housing types and where they were. And so is there an ability, like, is there other analysis that they did not do that we can refine? I'm just concerned that, I mean, I watched their entire, I think we all did. And I think they really tackled a lot of these questions that we're asking. And so I'm just asking staff if there's any more that we can squeeze that you may not have already done.
Thank you, council member. I would say, are there particular housing types that you're concerned about protecting? At this point, there is a lot of information out there, but as you said, the Planning Commission had particular things, the idea of having sufficient number of parcels that are large enough to accommodate a fourplex so that they would be somewhat spread throughout those densities rather than just being in the areas that have the larger parcels. That was something that was an important part of their goal to have a variety of housing and the concept of missing middle housing. So, you know, it may be that there's additional data that we could get, but without a specific direction of something you're looking for.
I guess that's where I'm hesitant, because I don't know what, I can't see how I could add more to the analysis and research that they've already done. I guess that's my hesitation. I thought they did a fabulous job in bringing us to this point. And so I'm hesitant that I just don't know what other analysis we could possibly do. So that's why I'm hesitating with this specific motion.
I would say that in addition to the information and the discussion they had, which I agree was very robust and had really important thought that went into it and discussion of different priorities. Also just looking through the different land use designations that we have and the variety of allowed densities, which really does show that this would allow a variety of different types of housing in different zones. And so, you know, seeing that there is that variety to allow, for example, the higher density housing in the mixed use and high density residential zones, but making sure that you then would have different housing types because of the different density and the character and size of the properties, say, in the medium density residential. So it's not quite as quantitative. It's more qualitative, but looking at those numbers and recognizing that does show that there will be different types as a result of those density regulations and the height regulations allowed in different areas and the design guidelines within the community design element.
I think I have a question maybe for the town manager at this point. I'm trying to understand, actually, if we pass this motion, what does it really mean? We're saying we have a goal. We're saying, I think it's saying we're agreeing we want to try to get down to, but it doesn't actually hold us to any number. And then we start working through how we would reduce it while thinking about keeping some of the type of the housing, you know, that we want to try to keep and so forth. You know, to me, it seems like it's just a symbolic motion that doesn't really tie our hands. It's a goal. Do you have other thoughts on it?
Well, thank you for asking. I think our public will interpret a motion like this as saying that that is the maximum capacity of the new general plan. And then your remaining work will be to determine what changes to the land use designations and their densities are needed to achieve that goal. So if this motion passes, you've essentially identified a capacity, and then we would need to work towards that. And it looks like the planning manager may have a different interpretation, but if I was the lay public, I would say this is what the outcome would be.
Please go ahead, Ms.
If I
Armour.
may. No, I actually was just going to add on to what Town Manager Pravetti was saying. I think I agree with what she's saying, that this is then what further discussions would be based on. What I was going to add was that staff would be looking for some clarification, because the housing numbers, the 1,993 plus 15% buffer for the housing element, is calculated in a different way than the total development in the housing development table in the general plan, because that table includes things like projects that are already under development and have been approved or expect to be approved before the next housing element. Because it includes these additional ADUs, it would be important for staff to have clarification about whether, what the intent of that number is. Because if it is that the development table should not be more than 1,993 plus 15% buffer, then we can say with confidence that that will not leave enough capacity for the housing element.
Wait a minute.
May I?
Yeah,
I've had
another
my
way
hand
of
up a
saying
bit.
that is even if you just look at the ADUs. So in the table, we calculate a 20-year capacity of ADUs based on our annual rate. So you can't just wipe out potential ADUs and only use an 8-year capacity of ADUs, because that's what we're working towards on the housing element. You're going to have ADUs past the 8 years for the remaining time period for this general plan. So even if you consider just that, you're still going to exceed your 1993 plus buffer.
By 300 units.
By 300 units, right? Because that's a 20-year capacity, and that's based on our own experience. And I believe similarly, the development capacity of the pipeline projects would be a similar calculation, if I understand the table correctly. So there is a little bit of apples and oranges, because it's great to say 1993 plus a buffer, but then how you get there is going to be different because of the time period difference and the assumptions that are used. And that's why if we're really strict, then we're not going to have enough to meet the 8 years in our housing element cycle.
Thank you, Town Manager. Sorry, Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just the one more. I really just wanted to make sure that there wasn't the expectation that Table 3-1, the general plan residential build out, would just be the 1,993 plus 15% buffer. That was really what I was trying to clarify.
And Mr. Hudis, did you want to clarify your motion to be what's needed for the housing element plus this extra stuff we can't control?
No, I want to be real clear. It's 1,993 plus a buffer of 15% over 20 years. It can be adjusted, but that's what it is. And I disagree that over that 20-year period, you should substitute 200 ADUs because our history tells us that we'll get 500. I do have 4 questions about numbers that have been presented, but that's what I would like to see in a motion. And by the way, I would encourage council member who thinks that that total capacity should be 3,500 or 3,904 or some other number, to put a number out there, because without that, I don't see how we can make progress. It'll be exactly the same process that got us to a recommendation that's extremely unpopular. So my motion is 1,993 plus a buffer of 15% for the 20-year general plan.
Councilmember Badami.
And I reiterate my second.
Okay, and I will say that I will not be supporting the motion because I don't think the maker of the motion is understanding the math that's required here. The number really should be 2292 plus the 300 ADUs that are going to happen after the housing element that we're trying to make room for, plus the 75 units of existing pipeline that won't count towards the housing element either. So I won't be supporting the motion. Councilmember Sack.
Yeah, I guess that's where I'm at. I mean, we've been told that if we stick with the 1993 as contained in the motion, we're not going to have capacity for a housing element. And so I don't understand why we're going to limit ourselves to a number that our own staff is telling us that we can't reach. And we know for a fact that even with that housing element, it's unpredictable whether it will get approved. And so I don't see why we want to box ourselves in a corner right now. So I'm not going to be supporting that motion either.
Let me go to Vice Mayor Risto and then back to Councilmember Hudes if he wants.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need the freedom to see where the housing can be built. This isn't like the North 40 where we've got a certain amount of acreage and we're planning for blank acreage that we know will be developed. We're talking about redevelopment in a lot of places. And, you know, where we're allowing mixed use, the housing may or may not go in. I'm also concerned that if we put this in too tightly, I mean, this number is way too low. We're not going to be able to achieve our housing element. But if we limit it too much and certain parcels then that we could use later get developed at a lower density, we've lost those. I don't know.
Councilmember Hudes, further comments?
No, I would just encourage if other council members think there should be a different total capacity to put one forward, because I think it's a complete waste of time to be chasing things around without understanding where we're going. And as I pointed out, Town Manager Privetti made that point to the Planning Commission and said, your objective should be to identify a total capacity. I think it's going to be a waste of time if we don't do that. So, and I think that the capacity that's in the motion is supported widely by residents of the town. So I would appreciate a vote on it.
All right, I'll call a question. Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
No.
Councilmember Sack.
No.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
And the mayor votes no. Motion fails on a 2-3. We are at 4 minutes to midnight. I would recommend that we stop now and start again on the 30th. Would council members wish something different? No, we're okay. My brain's turning to mush. So anything else from staff on this? I think we got a lot of good work done, but more to go. Ms. Armour?
Just to encourage council members, if they do have additional questions, to go ahead and send those in to us. We'd be happy to provide at least initial answers or research into questions in the written staff report.
And Ms. Neese, you had something to remind me of?
Yes, if we could have an actual vote to continue this meeting to June 30th, please.
Okay, Vice Mayor Risto,
I move that we continue this meeting on June 30th.
Councilmember Sayak.
Second.
Okay, any comments? Not seeing any hands. I'll call a question. Vice Mayor Risto,
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak,
Aye.
Councilmember Hudes,
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Mayor votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. We will continue this meeting till, I assume, 7 o'clock on June 30th. Thank you,
Right.
everybody, for all the hard work tonight. 5 hours worth. We'll see you then. Our meeting is adjourned.